Ladies and gentlemen, court is back in session. I'm gonna miss this title screen. The low-key disco. Jamming out to this for about a half an hour leading into the stream. Hi there, James. Hi there, AQ. Hi there, Moderator Tone. I know you're watching. For the Hawk side. Welcome to the final game of the Apollo Justice Trilogy, which is Spirit of Justice. And as you can tell, that spirit in the title isn't just for show. I think Phoenix gets traveling, so we're gonna see what justice is like in other lands, or maybe not. I don't know. There's our man, and I think that's our prosecutor, based off of what little I know. And I think that's the judge up there. Of course, he's gonna have the exact same voice. Let's get into it. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice.
On the western edge of the Far East, lies a peaceful country of spirit mediums and mystery, the kingdom of Khura'in.
Khura'in. I'll need some pronunciation references.
Flames of revolution are threatening to consume it whole.
Well.
But things like revolt and revolution were the furthest things from my mind when I first arrived in this land.
Phoenix with the Nokia. Of course, there always has to be an animal that gets up in Phoenix's space. So yeah, we're setting the stakes appropriately. It's only the entire upheaval of an entire country. Here in Khura'in, death is not the end. Even after death, the soul lives on in the Twilight Realm, and priestesses can commune with the spirits of the dead. Fear not death, in the name of the Holy Mother. Fear only the impurities of your soul. And whatever caused this to happen. This blight on my soul. I'll have the child take the blame. Per usual, we're starting things off slow, low, and easy. We're gonna show you exactly what happened. Unless, of course, they want to pull some rug out from under us. This game goes places for sure. Looking forward to it. How could Jesus do this? Ugh, I'm finally here. So, this is the kingdom of Khura'in, huh? What a long trip. Wonder how many hours I was in the air. Longest I've ever gone for was 15 hours. What about you, chat? Just look at this place. Get a load of this straight. Really feels like I'm in another world here. Phoenix being a tourist. And that gorgeous temple. I read that's the center of town. I mean, when you're in a foreign country, you're obligated to take tons and tons of pictures. Keep those memories. Wow, an ox right in the middle of the street. I have to get a picture of that. Excuse me, sir. Wonder what kind of bird that is. Never seen anything like it. That's quite a crest it has in its head. Excuse me, sir. What? Oh, yes? Pardon me, but are you Mr. Wright? Yeah, that's right. Oh, hope he hasn't been trying to get my attention all this time. So that's what it's like. Trying to come up with a similar play for Phoenix's name. The best you're getting is Thunderbird correct, which doesn't flow as well. Well, he's being called wrong, and he's been called trite, and probably tons of other nasty nicknames. Wait a minute. Are you? That's right. I'll be your guide. Well, we're only 6 minutes in already. Mods, we have to ban the game. I'm a monk in training at Temple, and I'll be your guide around town. It's very nice to meet you. Hapiraki! They go in with the names. Trust me, it does not get better. Alright, then I'll stop playing up the misery then and just take it as it comes. Well, you understand, get used to that pun name. Nice. Happy... what now? Hapiraki? That's how we greet people here in Khura'in. It's like, hello, or how do you do? It's a pretty handy expression to know. Okay, let me give it a try. Hello, I'm Phoenix Wright. Hapiraki. My name is Phoenix Wright, and I run a small law office. Well, that's what I do back home anyway. Right now, I'm just a traveler, a stranger in a strange land. Welcome to our country. Welcome to the kingdom of Khura'in, land of spirit mediums and mystery. Let me just right here. This is for you! To celebrate your arrival. Speaking of mystery, what is this mysterious green lump exactly? Allow me to explain. This is a famous Khura'inese sweet bun. It's called Magataman, or soul bun. Oh, like Magatama and Pan. I like it. It's shaped like a Magatama. It's so yummy, it'll send your soul right to the Twilight Realm. We have our first entry into the court records, the IRL court records. I'll be as a precious boy. Treat him good. I'll do even better, I'll treat him well. That doesn't exactly make me eager to try it. Well, that makes one of you, Phoenix. Thanks. I think I'll indulge later. That would be 20 damas. Thank you for your patronage. I have to pay? I always have plenty of those on hand, so just let me know if you ever want any more. No wonder his bag looks so heavy. Stuffed with all the tools of his trade. Oop, I almost forgot to tell you something really important. It's about Miss Maya. She can't come see you for a few days yet. Yeah, I called her from the airport. She said she was still training up in the mountains. I told her I'd wait for her here. Either way, I was glad to hear she's in good spirits. Good spirits of justice, even. Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium who used to work as my assistant. 3D Maya, give it to us. They have to leave it for later. They really have to. They have to tickle us, you know. Give us something to look forward to. You know, for people who are watching this being streamed, build up that anticipation. I came all this way out here to celebrate the end of her ascetic training with her. I'll be. This is my first time in this country, so I'll be counting on you, okay? You're not laughing, okay? You got it, sir. Please don't hesitate if you need anything at all. I was right when she told me I could leave everything in your capable hands. Aw, shucks, she said that. That sure was nice of her. And look at that. He's a little kid, all right. He's got that missing tooth and everything. I had a chance to show Miss Maya around a little bit, too. There's one person Maya was worried about. It's me. Because we both know trouble likes to follow you wherever you go, she said. Based off of that intro, that's an understatement. Huh. That girl worries too much. But you sure came early to the party, Mr. Wright, sir. I mean, Miss Maya won't be done with her training for another 2 weeks. Yeah, hate to admit it, I came early because I was worried about her too. Oh well, you know, I thought I'd get a little sightseeing first. Ooh, sightseeing? Well, I'm your man for that. I'll show you all the best sights in this country has to offer. Thanks. That'd be great. I guess Allaby takes his job very seriously. Well, what are we waiting for? Those sights aren't going to see themselves. Yikes, you'll have to shove. First stop, Temple, right here in the center of town. There's something there I really want to show you. Hey there, Solaris. Glad to see you. You made it. Ready. Reminds me of the brief stint that I had in, well, to be fair, I have spent more time in India than I have in Japan, so that's something. Wow, it's even more impressive up close. Allow me to explain. This is the heart of our town, Temple. It was created by the founder of Khura'in, the Holy Mother herself. I'm training right here at this temple to be a monk someday. So you got your soul stone yet, or you're still a pugilist? I read that the people of this country are all adherents of Khura'in. According to my guidebook, it's a religion in which ancestral spirits are venerated. The Holy Mother was a great spirit medium who could commune with our ancestors' souls. And spirit mediums become queen to this day, direct descendants of the Holy Mother. A spirit medium rules the entire country, huh? Talk about power and influence. Main thing you'll want to see is when you come to Temple is the Dance of Devotion, right? Ah, yes. The two Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga jobs, Monk and Dancer. Anytime you get into a cutscene, they're just grooving while, I don't know, Gaius is threatening them or something. The Dance of Devotion takes place twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This dance, along with the Song of Ceremony, is performed in offering to the Holy Mother. The Dance of Devotion has the power to, he's going off! Hold it! Hold it! Slow down. I can't remember all that at once. I'm sorry. I guess I got a little overexcited. Anyway, the main thing I got from all this is that you really, really love your country. Well, that's sure true. I like this kid. He pours his heart in everything he does. Let's see. I guess I just explained about half of what I usually explain. So, I'll give you a special discount and only charge you 10 damas for the tour fee. Thank you for your patronage! I guess he pours his heart in aggressive salesmanship, too. Come to think of it, Miss Maya told me she could tell I love my country, too. We stood here for about an hour while I told her all about the Holy Mother. Really? An hour? Oh, that counted as patience training. And she seemed really interested too. She listened to my whole speech. Huh. That doesn't sound like the Maya I know. Miss Maya's so kind and nice. She treats me really well, like a little brother. She kinda like a big sister to me. This is Maya Fey you're talking about, right? Maybe she's grown up since I last saw her? X to doubt. Huh? What's happening? What's the matter? Is it the time already? We have to hurry into the temple right away. But first, let me give you this lyrics card for the Song of Ceremony I told you about. There's an English translation of the lyrics there, too, so give it a read, okay? Let's go. But why the big rush? If we don't hurry, we'll miss the beginning of our benevolence's dance of devotion. Benevolence? We gonna see an animated scene? We gonna see some frames? Oh, here we go. Alright, it's the intro. Oh. Well, we did get that lyric sheet. This takes me right back to those temples that I visited in Japan. Uh-oh. Bad times afoot.
I'll be your guy. You're under arrest for treason.
Oh. So his name is Albie. Well, nobody can say that it's easy to break her concentration. Although, the way she was glaring at those guards, I figure she was about to admonish somebody right there for interrupting a ritual. Not hit the spiritualism so hard in this game. Looking forward to it. Alright, so Maya was right in the money. Trouble follows me wherever I go. And my tour guide has... I have spoken to one person in this country, and they are being accused of treason. Not of murder, treason. Although I'm sure it will circle around to murder at some time. At some point, really quickly. So, now we're in the High Court of Khura'in. The accused lobby. Let me in! Why won't you let me in? Because you're a foreigner. What business could you have with this court? I told you, my friend is on trial in there. The police raided the temple in the middle of the dance performance yesterday and arrested Albie on the suspicion of treason. I was worried about Albie, so I just had to come see his trial. The trial isn't a tourist attraction, so clear off. You want a picture of your scrapbook? One of me? Get out of here. Look, you got it all wrong. Just great. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over splendidly, Phoenix. Tell him you're Khura'inese. The one guy that I spoke to, the only person that wasn't Maya, exactly. Well, to be fair, Maya was an existing friend. And in Maya's case, she was accused of murder before I talked to her. I'm a lawyer. Yes, I am a foreigner, but I'm not your average foreigner. What? I'm actually a lawyer. Back at home, anyway. What? Lawyer? I can't... That's not possible. Are there no lawyers in this country? Did I just march in? Did I just say, oh yeah, I'm an airbender? What's he so shocked about? Well, whatever. Now's my chance. Nothing wrong with a lawyer entering the building, right? Wait! Get back here, you! So, this is a Khura'inese courtroom. Wait a minute. We have actual animation sequences in engine? Is that her benevolence? What's she doing here in court? The divination seance has been performed. I will now hand down my verdict against the accused. Guilty! Dang. Verdict already? But the trial only just started. Well, that must be a new record for me. Then again, it lasted longer than I did on my first attempt through Mega Man 1, so... Khura'in pain, I see that. Guilty! There's gotta be some kind of mistake! Please take another look! Seances performed by Princess Rafa are infallible. They only show the truth. What right do you have to question our abilities? But I didn't. Isn't it ironic that you, a devout adherent of Khura'inism, would dare doubt her insight? Non-believers will only be met with suffering in the Twilight Realm, you know. But I didn't do it. Your benevolence, allow me to explain. I beg of you. Be silent, impudent whelp. Okay, yeah. Her benevolence, indeed. There's no merit to be had in indulging the ramblings born of a criminal's unclean soul. But... what in the world is going on here? The judge made his ruling based on something called a divination seance? You also love Rafa? That surprises absolutely nobody. Chad, are you surprised? She's got a reason why she's so cold, I'm certain. What is Albie's attorney doing? not existing. Wait a minute. Where is Albie's attorney? Why is this happening? I didn't do anything wrong. Foolish child. Doubting the divination seance is tantamount to doubting the Holy Mother herself. Your Majesty, as Royal Priestess and in the name of the Holy Mother, I command you, impose the highest penalty against this unclean soul. As you command, so it shall be done, your benevolence. May her holiness grant us a divine favor, or dehara Khura'in. Where's the gallery?
Objection!
Are they behind Phoenix? What? Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Of course you would, Phoenix. You get right in the hot seat. Wait just one moment. You're... They're at the bottom of the screen. That explains everything. Ugh. Me and my big mouth. Now what? They're behind. Yeah, you're right, they are at the bottom of the screen. I guess they don't believe in second stories and balconies. Mr. Wright, what are you doing here, sir? Well, I'm in it now, so I just have to do this right. Ha! Your Honor, it's too soon to give your verdict. The trial's only been underway for a few minutes. Clearly, I didn't see. Excuse me? Who on earth are you? Well... an ordinary tourist, Your Honor. Just passing through. Ah, a tourist, are you? Happy lucky. But more importantly, where is this boy's defense attorney? Defense? Attorney? Oh, my hip. Oh, I needed that. You just added another year to my life. Thank you. Whatever are you talking about? He doesn't need a defense attorney. Wait, what? Now, I know that might sound bad. Of course you wouldn't be aware, being a foreigner at all. But we have no need for defense attorneys here in the kingdom of Khura'in. We leave it all up to benevolence's sacred power of spirit communion. Her divination seances determine all. What? But surely you see how unfair that is. What kind of insane court system are they running here? And you thought that the dark age of the law had descended upon Ameripan. San Francisco, wherever you came from. Eat your burger, Apollo. You would dare mock me, you barb-headed buffoon. If you value your life, you will leave post-haste, or shall I summon the bailiff? The bailiff is that big scary dude with a big scary gun, isn't he? I'm sure he would be happy to oblige you with a bullet or two as a souvenir of your travels. At the cost of an arm and a leg, no doubt. Now hold on! Mr. Wright has nothing to do with any of this. Albie. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Wright, but never mind about me. You just go ahead and see Miss Maya. You're pretty sure you can't just practice law in another country? There's a process before you can represent someone in court. Ah, it's fine. I passed the bar exam in my home country. How bad could it be here? But forget about me. You have to go now. I'm sure you can find another guide. There were lots more places I wanted to show you. But it looks like I won't get a chance now. I'm sorry. So does that mean I get to save on that 30... whatever the currency was called? Do I save on the 30 currency that I was owed? That was owing? I can word. The poor kid. He's trying to put on a brave face. Look how terrified he is. What can I do? What should I do? So, obviously, they're not going to hit me with a non-standard game over, but let's just see what happens if I try to defend him, you know? I can't just let a verdict be handed down with nobody standing in Albie's corner. If Albie doesn't have a defense attorney, then I'll do it. Haha! I'll defend him. Defend him? You can't be serious! Did you hear that? Is he out of his mind? Heaven forbid! Defend me? Mr. Wright, what are you saying? You can't do that! I most certainly can. Don't worry, I'm quite used to tackling all sorts of trials. Do you want to defend Albie? Yes, but differently worded, precisely. Besides, can you imagine how furious Maya would be if I let anything happen to you? Mr. Wright? You are but a naive tourist, ignorant of all ways. But if you are smart, you will heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter any further. Looks like defending somebody is easier said than done in this country. Bailiff, throw this man out! Oh, is Payne about to hoist himself on his own, petard? Your Majesty, if you please. You have something to say, Mr. Payne? Why not allow it, Your Majesty? Why not have him defend the accused? It could prove very interesting, right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Right, Mr. whoever you are. Prosecutor, are you acquainted with this traveler? This is the actual Gaspin Payne. That's who it was, right? The original trilogy was Winston Payne, and then last time it was Gaspin Payne. Is that the actual Gaspin Payne? That's Chief Prosecutor, Your Majesty. And yes, I am acquainted with him. He's a defense attorney from my native land. I had dealings with him in the courtroom before. They were very intense. Heavens to Betsy. Okay. Was not expecting those words to come from that face, but we're here for it. What? Mr. Wright, you're a defense attorney? I could have led with that, Phoenix. Payne is a massive jerk. Okay, then I guess we're not going to feel bad about what we're about to do to him. A defense attorney? Well, this is a shock. You may be surprised to hear that I have more than 10 years of experience. Now, I guess there aren't all that many lawyers around here. Your Majesty, would you kindly allow us to proceed in the manner of my old country? But, Mr. Payne, I already made a ruling in this case. Call it nostalgia, if you will, but I am most eager to give it a try. So you're telling me that Payne, he left Phoenix's home, and then he went to a country where the prosecution has it so easy, and he became chief prosecutor there. Yeah, he must have really flexed his capability of having a pulse. But I have a previous engagement, you see. A class together with the missus. Your Majesty, I agree we should have a whack at it. It sounds amusing. A score of years have passed since we last saw a defense attorney in this courtroom. A score? As in 20 years? What's the deal with this country? Mr. Payne, I want that barbed head brought to me on a stick. As you wish, your benevolence. I, Chief Prosecutor Payne, will see to it myself. Very well, Mr. Payne. If that is what you and her benevolence want, I will acquiesce. The whole rest of the game will be spent answering that question. What's going on in this country? Well, we solved one country's dark age of the law. Time to move on to the next. As for the defense, I hope you are prepared for every eventuality. Every eventuality? What's he talking about? There! Are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Payne. And sorry for not remembering you earlier. That's Chief Prosecutor, or the Incredible Payne, as I am also known in this country. Oh, it's so widespread I barely hear it. And you'll see soon enough just why that is. When you're forced to capitulate to me before this very court of law. What's capitulate mean? Capitulate definition. Cease to resist an opponent or an unwelcome demand or okay. So basically it was surrender. Well, at least Payne is learning from his thesaurus. Why is he so strangely confident? Not only that, but what's with the gallery? Just you watch! The defense attorney will try and twist the truth. You can bet on it. Get him, Chief Prosecutor. Crush that defense devil. This is way more lawyer hate than even back home. Alright. We're starting to get a little bit of an impression of what's been happening in this country. Now, if you would please give your opening statement argument once again, Mr. Payne. Certainly, Your Majesty. The accused is charged with 2 crimes, larceny and murder. There you go. The very first line of it. Yesterday, the Founder's Orb was stolen from the treasure room of Temple. In addition to the theft, 2 other things were discovered in the treasure room. The dead body of Mr. Patrol, Temple Security Guard Patrol. Love it! Yes! Give me that life. The empty treasure box that housed the orb, which Mr. Roll was in charge of guarding. We believe that Mr. Roll was murdered by the thief who stole the treasure. To kill a guard armed with a gun? What a terrifyingly bold act! How suppose that's for a reenactment of the statement I said earlier on. Superb, Your Honor! Oh, thank you. I couldn't agree more, Your Majesty. Please allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and the crime photo. Be careful, I might update this autopsy report. You never know. Crime photo and autopsy report. It's been a long time since we had evidence presented in court as well. It's kind of refreshing, actually. Oh, there goes one of my ribs. It's okay, I have plenty more. We may rely on the power of seances, but our police still carry out investigations. Thus, any proof I provide is indisputable. By the way, how do you like my metallic gold dye? I bought it for 100,000 gil. Oh, really? Well, forgive me if I don't just take your word for it. I can check the evidence out myself by looking in the court records. Let's see, the attorney's badge, song of ceremony. Okay, there's the lyrics, there's an autopsy report. Hot damn! My stenographer just blew this case wide open. The victim was murdered, you guys. The outstanding photographic steel trap of a memory. Let's see. Time of death, around noon, April 23. Cerebral contusion from a head injury. Question number 1. How little short stack gonna reach that man's head? But I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll see just how thorough you and your police were, Mr. Payne. Such a deplorable crime. The audacity of stealing the sacred treasure of Her Holiness, our founding mother. It's a crime that strikes at the very heart of our nation. Exactly, Your Majesty. We mustn't let the culprit get away with these heinous deeds. Indeed, such deeds are best described as treason against the crown. Not this crown, the real one. Is this treasure really such a valuable object? How can you even ask such a thing? Of course it is. Why, sealed within this treasure is the very soul, the mitama of the Holy Mother. Her soul is sealed within the treasure. I think I'll take that with a grain of salt. There's lots of magic in this world that really does exist, but for all magic that I haven't seen for myself, I will not believe that it exists until I see it for myself, and even then. You don't believe it, do you? Of course I believe it. Some tells me I better play along. This kind of irreverence is exactly why I dislike defense attorneys so much. Your Honor, Your Majesty. What is it now? This treasure, I've never seen it, so it's a little hard for me to imagine. Could I see a photo of it or something? Of all the outlandish requests, you defense attorneys are truly beyond the pale. He's been getting awfully angry with me. Are those veins popping out of his forehead? It's forbidden for anyone outside of the royal family to view the treasure itself. They say that anyone without the proper spiritual power would be blinded instantly. That is why the average person has never seen the treasure, Mr. Wright. I guess there are national treasures that are off limits to the public back home, too. like the Declaration of Independence. For the benefit of the shamelessly uninformed offense, let me share this newspaper article. It includes photos taken about 80 years ago, when the treasure was unearthed. These are the only public photos of the outer box in existence. What's more, the treasure box only leaves the temple's treasure room but once a year, for a special New Year's rite that takes place at the palace. Therefore, this treasure box has only ever been seen by a handful of people. Treasure box added to the court record. I hear there's been a string of thefts lately of historical artifacts from the temple. Right, Your Majesty. Inexcusable thievery of precious national treasures for personal gain. And the culprit is the accused. Ooh, right over there.
So, he used his position as a monk in training to get his hands on the treasure, is that it?
The accused's family is by no means wealthy. To help with family finances, he works as a tour guide in addition to his ascetic training.
Thank you for giving an excellent outline of the case, Mr. Payne. Now then, no more questions from the defense, I presume?
What? No, I do have questions.
Even more? But you just asked a bunch. Well, make it snappy. My class starts in just a few short minutes.
What? You still planning on going to that thing? Still a lot I don't know about the case. I should ask now while I have the chance. Let's see, what else do I need to know more about? The crime scene, the weapon, the motive. Alright, so... yeah, we don't know what the weapon is. Mr. Payne, what was the murder weapon? The murder weapon was... the treasure box itself. The empty treasure box left at the scene had a large blood stain on it. Doesn't that mean that there's a new picture of the treasure's holding box now? You said that's the only picture in 80 years. Well, everyone's feasting their eyes now, and it's in glorious color, too.
How utterly reprehensible! Using the sacred treasure box for murder!
The accused came to the treasure room with the express purpose of stealing the treasure. He climbed the altar stairs and snatched the box, ready to abscond with it. But he was discovered by Mr. Roll, who had come to the room in the course of his rounds. And after walloping Mr. Roll on the head with the treasure box, the accused forced the bloodied housing open and made off with the treasure inside. Treasure box updated in the court record. The murder weapon off limits to the public. The photos in the paper are the only ones of its existence. Its contents were stolen. We have a second photo right here. A much more updated one. But the defendant is just a little boy. I hardly think he'd be able to hit the victim, a grown man, on the head. Huh, very good point, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that won't help you. At the time of the crime, the accused was on the stairs leading up to the altar. Alright then, that answers, well, that gives some context to the question of how does little boy clock big man? The accused's elevated position would more than make up for their difference in stature. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Rib number 2! Mr. Payne, your reasoning is flawless. What an elegant argument! Hats off to you, Chief Prosecutor! Your title is obviously well earned. Well, the accused's guilt is certainly conclusive. Unless there's anything else, I'm ready to announce my verdict again. Very well, in that case, I find the accused.
Just one moment, Your Majesty. Don't you think you're rushing the verdict just a little bit?
I told you, I have plans to tend to it. Ugh! I'm late! It's already started! How did the time fly by so fast?
You still stuck on that? We haven't even heard the defendant's side of the story yet. Your Majesty, the defense asserts its right to cross-examine the defendant. What's a cross-examine? Huh? Did they say something funny?
Cross-examine? What do you mean by that?
What? What do you mean, what do I mean? Explain your explanation.
I seem to have some dim recollection of the process, but I can't quite recall.
Little wonder, the so-called defendant hasn't been questioned in over 20 years. There's something about the 20 years that strikes a chord with me. That's probably gonna be for much later on. Should I even be surprised anymore? Anyway, I demand we let the defendant, or the accused, tell his side of the story.
Is that really necessary?
Of course it's necessary, Your Majesty. What harm could it do? I say we allow the boy to speak, Your Majesty. Though I doubt he'll have anything of relevance to say. Oh, kind of you, Your Royal Painness.
Very well, as long as it's okay with you, Mr. Payne. I'm already hopelessly late for my class anyway.
In that case, the prosecution calls the accused back to the witness stand.
Oh, before we do, I better call my wife and apologize for missing that class. Any objections?
Go for it, Your Majesty. Was that pause in the game? Accused, state your name and occupation again, if you would. I'll be your guide. I am in training to be a monk, and I'm a tour guide too.
Why me? Now where were we?
Cross-examining the defendant, Your Honor. Your Majesty. I gotta remember that. It's Majesty.
Right, let's do that then. At the defense attorney's insistence, I might add. Ugh.
He sounds a little dispirited. His wife must have given him a piece of her mind.
Well, the defense had better get to it. Make it quick, if you please.
The defense? Mr. Wright, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Well, I am, and I'm here to defend you, Albie. Don't worry. All you have to do is tell the truth, and you'll be all right. You tricked me! Nani? If I knew you were a lawyer, I wouldn't have given you that tour. Give back the Magataman I gave you yesterday. Hopi, what's gotten into you? Don't talk to me, you disgust me. Wow. Whatever happened, it was substantial. Now even Albie's against me. But why? This must be a new experience for you, Mr. Wright, being loathed by a client. Now then, accused, please give the court your testimony. The incident occurred around noon, during the break between the morning-afternoon dances of devotion. I want you to tell the court what you were doing around that time. All right. All right. We're in it. The accused account. I didn't kill Mr. Roll, and I didn't steal the treasure. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with the green Khura'inese butterfly on it. The green butterfly, you say? When the incident happened, I was in the hallway planning out my tour route. Green butterfly, you say? That sounds, substantial.
Were you well acquainted with the victim?
Yes. He used to chat with me whenever we ran into each other in the temple. Mr. Roll was a monk in training when he was a kid too, you know. I'll bet Albie looked up to him. But he had to give that up and go to work when his family needed money. That's why he became a guard. But at least that way, he could still stay on at the temple. He was so proud when he was put in charge of guarding the treasure room. Treasure box, even. He even got to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's rite. The victim's parents apparently both died relatively young. So Mr. Roll had to support his younger brothers and sisters as well. But even with his job as a security guard, I'm sure things couldn't have been easy for him. It sounds like his circumstances and Albie's were very similar. Mr. Roll encouraged me to never give up. Albie, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he'd say. Damn. That's one of the most heartbreaking things, one of the most heartbreaking pieces of advice, Don't end up like me. Ugh. He was always cheering me on in my training and in my tour guide business too. Why in the world would I kill a nice man like that?
Yes, I see. You expressed yourself well. Defense, now that you've heard the accused account, are you finally satisfied? If so, let's draw this to an expeditious conclusion.
But your majesty, I haven't even cross-examined the defendant yet.
That wasn't the end of it. It's been so long, I don't rightly recall what this cross-examining thing is all about.
A judge doesn't know what a cross-examination is. What fresh hell is this?
I really do wish I could remember how it works.
Should I give the judge a refresher on cross-examination?
Do it!
I guess I'd better. We'll never get anywhere. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain the procedure. A whole lot happened, I see. First, we lawyers listen carefully to a witness's testimony. Then we use present to open the court record and examine the evidence.
And why would you do that?
Define and present are any evidence that's inconsistent with the statements given.
Present? I certainly don't need any gifts from you.
Clearly, something is getting lost in translation with his magistry. The point is, it's possible that a statement could contain a lie or mistake.
But what do you do if you can't find any consistencies in a witness's testimony?
In that case, we may press Q, the witness, for more information. Alternatively, we just keep presenting evidence until I brute force a guilty verdict. Works every time. Pressing a statement might reveal new information, or even entirely new statements.
Presenting evidence is one thing, but pressing witnesses? I'll have you know, defense, that I do not allow violence in my courtroom.
Rest assured, only gentle verbal pressure is used, no physical force involved.
Well, I'm not convinced. After all, who knows what sort of tactics an attorney will resort to? One false move and I will call the bailiff.
Yeah, something's definitely getting lost in there. For now, I should just focus all of my energy on questioning Albie and comparing his statements with the information in the court record. Ooh, fancy. Cross-examination. The accused's account. I didn't kill Mr. Roland, he did, so he didn't steal the treasure. You're not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with the green Khura'in butterfly on it. So let me see here. So we've got the court record. So I don't see anything that looks like a butterfly. Well, let's see what happens when I press. Box with a butterfly on it. Yeah, you can see it in that newspaper article. Look. Ah, there we go. See? There's a relief of the Khura'inese butterfly on the treasure box. Oh, this design here carved on the back of the box. I see it now. It's a sacred butterfly, said to carry the soul or mitama of the departed. Its wings form a loop that cradles the mitama and carries it to the Twilight Realm.
As you can see, there's even one depicted here behind me at the judge's bench.
Well, what do you know? There it is. Well, it kind of looks like he's about to be carried off to the Twilight Realm himself. Anyway, I've never even seen this treasure box besides. Alright. So, my man says that it's a green Khura'inese butterfly on it. But, yeah, we can't see it in here. Yeah, there's no butterfly there. Is there a butterfly here? Yep, we can see it there. The thing is, though, I've been paying attention. Behind the judge, it's purple and green, but it's largely purple. The big wings are purple, so you'd think it'd be more of a purple thing, not a green thing. So let me see here. Where are the options? All right, let's get our safety saves going. Hell yeah, brother! All right, we are gonna present this photograph. How do you know it's green, my friend? Oh, Albie, why would you lie to me? So, you say you never laid eyes on the treasure box. Is that right? That's right. It's just forbidden, so I'd never do that. In that case, how did you know there was a green butterfly on it? Huh? Because I saw a picture of it in that newspaper article. Nope, taking a look. These photos are in black and white. You couldn't possibly tell what color the butterfly is from these pictures. Hold on. His bag, did it just move?
Porkunka!
I beg your pardon. Porkunka is a word in Khura'inese that people use when they're surprised.
You just exposed a lie! So this is the power of cross-examination, is it?
I should be the one shocked here by your shocking lack of understanding.
But, just a moment. If the accused was lying, then that just makes him more suspicious than ever.
Ugh. And this just makes things worse for me than ever. Albie, are you hiding something? Ooh, you're separating things out. You're creating headers. The technical writer in me is so proud of you right now. Please give only true statements. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. Darn. Can't seem to get him to open up to me. So clearly he was in there for some reason, but we don't know what that reason is. And of course, being in there is a crime in itself. But he's currently on trial for treason, theft, and murder, not for being someplace he shouldn't be. So, you know, it's only the public opinion that he's currently afraid of right now, not the law. So, accused, you have seen the treasure box with your own eyes after all, haven't you? Like taking candy from a baby. Ooh. That happened to me once and I was the baby. That explains a lot, Mr. Payne. Well, maybe I did take a peek one time a long time ago when I was cleaning the treasure room. But you weren't in the treasure room at the time of the incident, right? Of course I wasn't. Those ellipses say otherwise.
Objection!
Of course, Mr. Payne has to have the first objection. Actually, I got the first objection. Never mind. I just remember that the first objection in the entire series was done by Winston Payne. That is a lie. You were most definitely inside the treasure room on the day of the incident. And I have proof. He does? This was found on the floor of the treasure room. It's a scroll entitled Notice and contains a list of temple monk duties. These instructions pertain to the day of the incident. And what exactly is that supposed to prove? The accused's fingerprints were found on the scroll. Ooh! Bang, boom, bazappers! Oh no! Where is it? It's not here. I must have dropped it somewhere. Indeed, you must have dropped it when you were busy murdering the victim. A notice in the day this isn't found on it. No. Then that means Albie was there on the day of the incident?
So this is the power of cross-examination. The more the accused talks, the guiltier he paints himself.
Yes, it would seem so, Your Majesty. He predicted my argument and had evidence ready to refute it. So that's what it's like. How is that supposed to help the accused? See, I told you can't trust lawyers and their lies. Her benevolence already said the kid's guilty. Just declare him guilty and get it over with. A lot more dynamic camera angles. No, everything's going all wrong. Shadow, what should I do? Shadow. Who's Shadow?
As I suspected, this cross-examination session has served no purpose whatsoever.
No, you're wrong.
But armed as we are with our benevolence's insight, there's no reason to doubt his guilt.
And I guess I'll just have to poke holes in this insight of hers.
By the way, this didn't prove to be very interesting at all, Mr. Payne.
Hey, you had a hearty, amused laugh. I'd say you found it interesting in the moment.
Nevertheless, I will now finally announce my verdict.
Wait just one moment, Your Majesty. I haven't seen this divination seance for myself yet. As a defense, I have the right to check it.
Is that really necessary?
I have to get home and apologize to my wife. I guess you really did give him the business. Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the seance.
You do? Why is that, Mr. Payne?
Don't you want to see it? See the lawyer being utterly crushed by the power of the seance? And then watch him tearfully beg for mercy?
Well now.
I'm sure it'll make up for not getting to go to that class with your wife.
It certainly does sound worth seeing. And it'd give me a juicy tidbit to tell the missus. Oh, both of my ribs have been healed by the delight.
I've been reduced to a juicy tidbit.
Well, for an interloper, I imagine you have to see it for yourself to be convinced. It's certainly unprecedented, but let's have the divination seance performed again. But then, right after the tearful begging, I really do have to be going.
The only tearful begging is going to come from the prosecution when we're through. Phoenix with the vengeful thoughts. Now, the defense looks still scrambling desperately for a foothold. Oh, delicious! Blissfully unaware that the defeat and despair are all that await him, very patiently. All right. Show me what you got, Rafa. There she is, her benevolence.
Your benevolence, Rafa Padma Khura'in. Thank you for coming all this way once again.
Your gratitude is unnecessary. This is simply my duty. Barb-headed attorney. Yes? I am told you question the veracity of the sacred divination seance. It would seem the depths of your irreverence and blasphemy are lost on you. I'm just a foreigner, ignorant in the ways of the customs of this country. I apologize in advance for anything rude I might say or do, Your Benevolence. All I want is a fair trial for Albie. You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? Do explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality. What's fair about trials with no defense and no chance for the accused to tell their story? She's got the energy of a Phoenix Wright prosecutor. You know, she's basically a fusion dance of Steelwind and Maya.
How dare you speak to her benevolence in that manner?
Did you hear that? Did you really talk to her benevolence? What does he know about anything? Ignorant outsider.
We will stand for it. He must be punished.
Yikes. Looks like I really stuck my foot in it this time. Punish him! Punish him! Punish him! Punish him! Silence, one and all. Hey, she's even got a little bit of that Blackwell in her. Is she standing up for me? Be not disquieted, my people. He merely expresses his opinion. Well, well. Looks like her benevolence is going to be more reasonable than I thought. What's she gonna do or say to immediately slap that down? Attorneys are ghastly creatures with souls stained black by brazen untruths. The words of a lowly worm such as that are not worth troubling yourselves over. Alright, I take that back. Haha! None of his prattling can sway the truth of my insights. Rest assured, he will soon see the error of his foolish ways.
Now then, your benevolence. The divination seance, if you would.
Certainly. Nana, my robe. The absolute efficiency of a NASCAR pit crew. You'll love to see it.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
My God. The voice acting budget ballooned.
O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
They had to spend $20 whole on voice acting instead of the usual $5. Damn. Are we gonna hear more song? Well, there it is. Lay some truth on us, sister. She got that. She got that Lachesis voice and character difference. Yep, I can see it. I can hear it too. Oh man. The very first time you heard Lachesis talk, something happened to everybody. I forget, was her voice the same in Japanese, or was that just a localization thing? Because if it was just a localization thing, they did it right. They failed their task very successfully. You see this cutscene in every single trial. So then we get to hear that voice more often. That would explain why they made it fully voiced, so that they can make it a part of the ritual. All right. Let's see what lies underneath the water. Incense. Song of Ceremony, boy's voice. Pain. Okay. We most certainly did not see the murder weapon. What just happened? An image appeared in the pool? Yeah, we didn't see any murder weapon, and we did not see the moment of the strike. The moment of that the life was taken, so... Unless he just got clocked over the head with his bag or something. Certainly not a murder weapon.
A final message from the victim's soul. The last communication of his Mitama. The divination seance has revealed this to us.
Benevolence can use her power of spirit communion to project a victim's memories of the last few moments before their demise. Lycosis is a solid little sister voice in Japanese. I see. So, whatever the miscommunication was regarding the localization, they did something right. So, what we saw in the pool is what Mr. Roll actually experienced? In the victim's memories, we see the accused raising a weapon up over his head. This is consistent with the findings of the police investigation. There has to be some kind of mistake. I didn't do it. This looks bad for Albie. Really, really bad. Now do you see why I'm the incredible pain? More than I can express, the pain in my tuchus. But even if those really are the victim's last memories, what can I do with them? There it is! There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. How long I waited to see it! Isn't it wonderfully gratifying, Your Majesty?
Oh, yes. Very satisfying indeed. Now are you finally convinced, traveler? The accused is most assuredly guilty.
Am I really the only unbiased one here?
Now then, I think we've been amused enough. If you give up now, I won't even invoke the Defense Culpability Act against you. You'll be free to slink back to your own country with your tail between your legs.
The Defense Culpability Act? What's that?
What? You mean you honestly don't know?
No. Remember when you said that pain was a jerk? Here's why. What's all the hubbub? Well. Not only is he a lying, black-hearted lawyer, he's also an imbecile. Your Majesty, I think you'd better explain the Defense Culpability Act to him. Did Payne just try to walk us into a situation where we would get arrested and detained, or worse?
Yes, I think I'd better. The Defense Culpability Act, or DC Act for short, is as follows. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In other words, if you help the accused by defending him and he is found guilty, you will receive the same sentence as he.
Holy crap. I think there have been actual murderers trying to kill me with less malicious intent than Gaspin Payne. Shoot! My man casually being the biggest hater. What? What kind of insane law is that?
Under the DC Act, many an attorney has been convicted and met with a grim fate.
We're gonna know a whole lot more about this whole screenshot, aren't we?
Some went to prison, others received the death penalty. That's why there are so few in our country today who admit to being an attorney.
that's as it should be. The history of our courts proves that attorneys are black-souled creatures who will tell any lie to save the accused. Thus, attorneys deserve to be exterminated. Is that, E102 Omega in the audience there? Never felt so much hostility coming at me from so many sides. What could have happened to make everyone feel this way? Payne is about to be convicted for attempted murder, with his murder weapon being the law. Crooked law. You fell right into my trap, Phoenix Wright. Your win streak against me and my brother ends today. With the seance and the DC Act on my side, I'll finally get my revenge. He actually wants to send me to the Shadow Realm. By the way, I did have that shower thought. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trials are basically the same thing. Yada yada yada. Here's my big play. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Oh, here's my answer. And then we go back to the yada yada yada. Ace Attorney and Yu-Gi-Oh! Are basically the same thing. I am not taking any replies. So that's why I was so eager to have me defend Albie. Chased out and humiliated back home, fate brought me to the foothills of Khura'in. Another question we're going to spend the entire rest of the game answering. Quite. I thank my lucky stars that I'm chief prosecutor here now. Defense? Know that till I rule that the accused is guilty, you will go to prison too. That explains Albie's reaction earlier. You can't do that. Well, I can try. Your Majesty, isn't a prison sentence a bit lenient? After all, we're talking about treason. One should pay for such a crime with one's life. Good God, this man. This is... I know he's the silly tutorial prosecutor, but he is really digging it in. I mean, has anyone else been this malicious, this personal, this petty against Phoenix in the entire history of the series? I mean, okay. You have had murderers trying to go for Phoenix's neck to save their own hide and, you know, cover their tracks. And we've had prosecutors who do their worst trying to make Phoenix lose. But Payne, he's trying to just get Wright. He's just trying to get Wright executed. And this is just the tutorial case. Good golly, Miss Molly. Even without the whole opening sprawl of there being revolution and upheaval, the stakes are still much higher than by most games' third acts. Payne is a professional grade hater. He's even appropriately colored yellow for the instance. You made me lose one too many times. Shame. Yes, I believe the death penalty might be appropriate in these circumstances. The death penalty? No way. You're kidding, right, Your Majesty? Oh, do I look like I'm kidding? I'll have you put your life and your dog-tainted soul on the line here. Death? This can't be happening. The courts of resignation. Our courts are well known as thus. In this land where my seances provide the truth and no attorneys can intervene, criminals know that all they can do is resign themselves to their fate.
Oh, forward lawyer, I ask one more time. Are you sure you still want to defend the accused?
Go! There's Maya to think of in all this, too. I just can't lay down my life. What in the world should I do? The answer's obvious. Isn't this why I became a lawyer in the first place? To help those with no one on their side? Low-key, that kind of looks like one of the Final Fantasy XIV Neo tunics. All a solid blue color with the icon in the center, almost as if that's how most mascot shirts are printed. But it just kind of looks like my sage outfit. I can't just abandon everything I believe in. All I can do now is stand firm and tight. Well, don't hold your tears back on my account, Phoenix Wright. Admit your defeat and grovel before me, the chief prosecutor, for your life.
Objection!
The objection that cuts through the veil, even if it means being subject to the Defense Culpability Act. I will defend Albie. What? Mr. Wright? The defendant insists he's innocent, and not even a divination seance should be accepted without examination. With Payne's hair defying gravity. Kunka! But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me, but I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. Barb-headed attorney, you continue to amuse me. Though your barbed jabs are proving to be more than mere jokes. Your benevolence. Believe me when I say that this attorney will knock your insights out. Ooh, she's got her own interjection. You'll love to see it, you'll love to hear it. I hope we hear it a whole lot more. Insolent, disrespectful attorney! You'll have plenty of time to regret your folly in the Twilight Realm. Gotta love how they do the diorama thing. Nobody relaxes. They hold their positions. That's their idea of doing their reps.
Not a wise move, traveler. Not wise at all. You should have taken the chance I offered to save your life. But you have made your choice. The Defense Culpability Act will be applied in this case. And with this verdict, you'll both be soon parting with your heads. There.
The Phoenix is facing it. He's locked in. The souls of the departed speak only the truth, and I but give their messages a voice. If you think my insights contain falsehood, I challenge you to prove it. I don't think they contain falsehoods. I think they contain, like, what is it called? Like, lying by omission? I don't think that they're lying by omission either. I think that you're just getting the wrong conclusion out of it. The accused swung whatever he's holding down on the victim's head. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life. Still, I can't believe it. A murder after the morning dance of devotion? They're non-specific, they're interpreting it wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's the conclusion I'm trying to circle around to. These are the victim's experiences just before his death. As the victim's final memories, we can assume they aren't lies. So how do I break this down? Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance defense. Did you notice the words that appeared in the seance's vision? Boy's voice, song of ceremony, incense. The victim's final memories are not limited to sight alone. Sight, smell, taste, sound, touch. All is laid bare in the pool of souls. So, what Mr. Roll experienced with his 5 senses appeared in the vision as words, right? Precisely. And by examining these sensations, we can perceive the victim's final moments with unparalleled clarity. Works for me. I can use all the extra information I can get. So it's therapy under a different name. Now, to find a contradiction between her insight and the seance's vision, your benevolence, I ask that you please show me the seance vision again. Very well. Yeah, so it's incense. So he's smelling incense. Song of ceremony and boy's voice. And the song of ceremony is still going. So, everything intensifies. So, So he's smelling incense throughout that whole thing. The boy's voice. You hear it a little bit, and then it shouts. Meanwhile, the song of ceremony is going on in the background. But didn't she say it occurred after the ceremony? Wait a minute. Her benevolence said after the morning dance of devotion earlier, didn't she? Phoenix, we're onto it. Isn't there something off about that? The accused First, I use A and D to make my way to the insight that seems off. Alright, with the pain, victim when he lost his life. A murder. Yeah, this is the insight that sounded funny. Now I'll just carefully compare this insight with the seance vision. If I notice a sensation that seems contradictory, I'll select it. Uh-oh. I can't save, scum! So, Song of Ceremony, the boy's voice. So yeah, it's the incense and the Song of Ceremony. You get a murder after the morning dance of devotion. So yeah, wouldn't it be the, it would be the song, wouldn't it? So let's see. It would be the Song of Ceremony. This is it. This is the part of the vision that contradicts the insight. Now I just select the sensation I think is inconsistent, and then present it. It's the sound. So, present.
Objection!
Wait just a moment. Yes? What is it, Barbed Head? You're saying the incident occurred after the morning dance of devotion, right? That's right. What of it? Then, isn't it strange that Mr. Roll could still hear the Song of Ceremony?
Oh, my! You're absolutely right!
Is that all that troubles you?
Eh?
What the victim heard was just a practice run of the Song of Ceremony. Practice run? What are you talking about? Mr. Payne, if you would...
But of course, your benevolence. Allow me to explain. The incident occurred in the interval between the morning and afternoon dances. During that time, the singers were practicing in the performance hall.
Precisely. I was there as well, so I can corroborate this statement.
I see. So what the victim heard was that practice session.
There's my contradiction. Okay, so they were practicing in this performance hall. That must be the room where Albie and I saw our benevolence dancing.
However, Mr. Payne, I admit one detail troubles me.
Ask away, Your Honor. Your Majesty. Good Lord, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. It's Majesty. Wasn't Albie right there next to me? Well, no, that wouldn't be at the time of it.
It's a big temple. The performance hall and the treasure room are quite far from each other. Could the song really be heard all the way in the treasure room?
He's right. It is a very big temple. Well, how about it, Mr. Payne? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? There are speakers in every room of Temple, including the treasure room.
Oh, that's right.
Speakers? For what purpose?
Are you serious, Mr. Wright? They're to broadcast the sacred music of the performance hall throughout the temple.
That's why the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony in the seance vision. It was the practice run going on in the performance hall, heard over the speakers.
Thank you for your explanation, Your Benevolence. That makes perfect sense, even to a feeble-minded old man like myself.
Think nothing of it.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you please alter your insights for us?
Very well. Alright. I think I'm getting the hang of this. If I point out an inconsistency, she'll update her insights accordingly. So if I keep pointing things out, maybe I can knock all of her insights out after all. He was just doing a play on words, but now he's literally going to be knocking out insights. I better find another consistency, no matter how small. In order to focus on the insights of the seance vision going, I'll try using pause to temporarily stop the vision. There! I pause the vision. I think I can use M and B to jump to different parts of the vision. I'll try using the Mitama mark to the flashing red panel here. Okay, Now that I know how to get around in the seance's visions, time to find the inconsistencies between the insight and the vision. Alright. So, was this where I'm supposed to look? Alright, so the accused swung whatever he was holding down the victim's head. So now, was heard in a practice run through the temple speakers. Let's rewind this. Alright, so let's play it through again. So you got the incense, the song of ceremony, the boy's voice, and then the boy's voice again, and then pain. And that's all we got. A practice run through the temple's speakers, huh? I'm not seeing any speakers. And they said that there were speakers in the room. Okay. I'm actually not quite sure what it is that I'm supposed to be pointing out here. The Song of Ceremony the victim heard was a practice run through the temple's speakers. Let me see. So the vision reveals. Yeah, so... Where do I know? I actually see. You can hear the Song of Ceremony while things are going down. Yeah. It was being projected through the temple via the speakers. But I'm not seeing any speakers, I just don't know how to prove that. Unless I just... oh. I can save scum, so I can poke around a little bit. Cool. I can just present sight, can't I? So if I were to... Let me see. So if I select this... Okay, so it's sight. Okay, sight, sound, smell. So everything else is under sight. Gotcha. Understand. I understand now. All right, let's see. So everything goes a bit. Let's see. So let's keep on playing. So is this what I am trying to contradict, or is there something else I'm supposed to do? Well, actually... Oh, I think I get it. Yeah, it's like... Why do things go dark before the pain comes in? I think that might be what I'm after. So...
Objection!
Nope. That's not it. So I am supposed to contradict the testimony that it was on the So let me see here. So, question, chat. Is the answer always going to be on one of these 5 pips? With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. That's when he lost his life. Okay, now I got it.
Objection!
There we go. You're saying the victim's field of vision went dark right after he was struck, correct? Of course. As anyone with eyes can see. Well, pardon me, I must disagree. What? Your benevolence, please take another look at the exact moment the victim felt the pain. Oh! Hey, our first fluster. Let's go. Well, that's where you're wrong. I have them right in front of me. It's impossible for me to miss. Everything goes black, and then only after that, the victim feels pain. Inconceivable! This places the order of events at odds with what you say happened. My word!
Porgunka! Your benevolence! What is the meaning of this?
I cannot be wrong. My insights are beyond fallacy.
If what the defense says is true, oh.
I get it now. Hold on a second. Who's this in my slumber? Nobody. Okay.
If what the defense says is true, this is a very grave matter indeed. Please forgive me, Your Benevolence, but I'm afraid this contradiction is something we simply cannot ignore.
Now, let's not be too hasty, Your Majesty. I think I can clear this up.
You have something to add, Mr. Payne?
1,000 apologies. It seems the prosecution has failed to make one tiny thing clear. And that would be... On the day of the incident, there was a power outage, a blackout in one part of the temple. And as I recall, the crime scene was in that sector. The power outage must be why the victim's field of vision went dark. I apologize for neglecting to tell the court this detail. I'm afraid it slipped my mind. Or rather, you know it all along and are only letting us slip now that it's convenient, Payne. The power outage knocked out both the lights and the speakers. Oh, there was a blackout, was there? Well now, that explains everything, does it not?
What do you mean, Your Benevolence? Please share your thoughts with us, if you would.
The blackout occurred when the accused and the victim were faced with one another. Fearing the victim would flee under the cover of darkness, the accused swiftly brought his weapon down on the victim's head.
I see. That makes perfect sense, Your Benevolence.
So, the victim was struck after the lights went out. Is he trying to imitate Edgeworth with that little flourish? He probably isn't, but I'd like to think he is. Because, like, this is how chief prosecutors act, so I might as well have my own flourish. Have you noticed my bling, by the way? The depth of your insight is awe-inspiring, Your Benevolence. Give her a hand, everyone. Literally, and then the entire room clapped. Hey, I want to live long and prosper, too. Enough applause. Rafa literally just went... Enough applause. You flatter me.
Now, Your Benevolence, in light of this new information...
Yes, of course. I will alter my insight.
Insight revised.
One can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. Alright. So much for my inconsistency. At least I was able to draw out some new info. With new info comes a chance to find new inconsistencies. Now to compare the insight with the vision again and see what else I can dig up. Alright, the accused swung whatever he was holding down on the victim's head, so nothing really contradicts that. That's a true statement. One can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. Alright, nothing really contradicts that. The song of ceremony the victim heard was a practice run through the event, or one can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. But the thing is, there was a little flicker. Yeah, there's a little flicker. Yeah, right there. There's a blackout during the time of the murder. After the blackout began. So what does this contradict? One can assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. But the thing is, yeah, the blackout began. It's dark. You'd think that he wouldn't be able to see anything, unless I'm not reading that right. The accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. So the moment after the blackout began, however, when was the blackout? Because the time of death was 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And when did he... Let's see. Okay, those are just the lyrics. What proof do I have when the blackout was? Did they say when the blackout was? Because, yeah, the time of death was at 12 p.m. When do they do the Song of Ceremony? Let's see. Pardon me, I'm getting stuff in my eye. And then this is the autopsy report. I'm seeing it. Let's see. Okay. Due to the growing number of thefts around the temple, we'll be tightening security throughout. Therefore, all the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's dance of devotion. Alright, so that's not relevant here. And this is the murder weapon. That's just that. Let's see here. So I can safely assume the accused struck the victim the moment after the blackout began. Did they say when the blackout started? Court record. I really can't see the history, huh? Let me see. Let me look at the whole thing again. They said it's a blackout. So he opens his eyes, so it's incense. Song of Ceremony, boy's voice. The Song of Ceremony is wobbling. Oh, wait. Wait. The Song of Ceremony the victim heard was practice run through the temple speakers. And if there's a blackout, then the speakers wouldn't be working.
Objection!
There we go. Yes, I finally found it. This is the gaping hole I've been looking for. Your benevolence. As impressive as your spirit communion power is, it's not infallible. You never know when to stop talking, do you? I hope you realize your words are an insult to all adherents of Khura'inism.
Defense! Watch what you say! If you don't mind that tongue of yours, you won't have one left to mind.
It's certainly not my intention to insult spirit mediums. In fact, one of my best friends is a spirit medium. That's good. But maybe I'm not the one who needs to learn when to stop talking. What malarkey. I believe you said a few moments ago that the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony thanks to the temple's speakers. But then, how do you explain how the victim could still hear the Song of Ceremony even after the power went out? Oh! This contradiction of facts can only mean that the Song of Ceremony Mr. Roll heard was not coming from the speakers. What? Impossible!
What are you saying? That the song he heard was coming directly from the performance hall?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the only possible explanation.
But the scene of the crime was nowhere near the performance hall.
Right. The song couldn't make it all the way to the treasure room. Not unless... You mean to say... Yes. The treasure room was not the actual scene of the crime. It must have been somewhere else. Somewhere closer to the performance hall.
Nani? You can't be serious!
There is a glaring contradiction in the claims of her benevolence and the prosecution. Therefore, the defense insists that this case be thoroughly re-examined. What? No.
This is completely unprecedented. An inconsistency in her benevolence's insights? Unbelievable!
Wait, no. Unbelievable! Heed not his forked tongue, your majesty. Magistry, these are but the claims of a corrupt lawyer, a feeble ruse from a feeble mind.
But the contradiction revealed by the defense is undeniable. We can't just turn a blind eye to it.
Ooh, the magistry has a spine. I mean, not that he wasn't necessarily spineless before, but he actually knows how to stand up for himself. And as we all know, from the concept art of the judge, for all we know, he's standing right now. But the defense's assertion is, in the end, meaningless. Even if the location of the murder turned out to be different, it doesn't change what we've seen of the moment of the murder. Indeed, the accused is standing right there in front of the victim. Furthermore, the murder weapon remains raised above his head. My insights still stand. I hate to admit it, but she is right. The seance vision still makes the situation look really grim for Albie. I doubt even the defense can dream up an explanation as to why the accused had his hands up over his head. Well, this defense dares to dream of making out of this nightmare alive. You what? You still insist on trying to tear down my insights, do you? You'd better be prepared to back up your claim. Remember what will happen to that tongue of yours if we find out you are just wagging it. Of course I can back up my claim, just as soon as I think of something.
You appear to be fully prepared, defense. As the embodiment of this court, I give you permission to try and prove your claim, as long as you're willing to stake your life on it.
I concur, your majesty. Prepare the tongue shears. Chop, chop. Chop, chop.
Yes, let's have the bailiff fetch them. I think I saw a suitable pair in the basement. Chop, chop.
Stop. I hear that lying lawyers have several tongues to spare. I'm sure you won't miss one. Yikes. These people are actually serious. I'm rather attached to my chum. Think, Phoenix, think. Other than to raise a weapon, why would Albie have held his hands up like that? Aha! So that's why. The reason the defendant had his hands up over his head can be explained by something in the crime photo. What explains why Albie had his hands raised above his head? Why, I do believe it's the heat that man is packing.
Take that!
As in the seance vision, I witnessed the defendant raise both his hands over his head yesterday.
You did? Where do you see such a thing?
When the police had their guns trained on him as they made their arrest.
Oh? Are you saying?
The victim was a security guard, and an armed one at that. The defense proposes that the victim had pointed his firearm at Albie, and that's why the defendant's hands were raised in the air. Polokonka! Damn. Do I win? She got knocked out. These should be the same rules as the Master Chef tournament in Star Ocean. If I make my opponent faint, if I knock him out, I win by elimination. No? Okay then. Who would have thought this seance vision could be interpreted that way? This is not possible. It can't be. Not bad for a total knockout. How dare that lawyer devil go against her benevolence? He's no better than that traitorous state Dirk. Ooh. Casual lore drop? Traitorous snake? Dirk? Who's that? No. I can't believe it. A contradiction in one of my insights. There has to be some kind of mistake. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. That's right, your benevolence. And I won't accept it either. It goes against all we hold sacred. Throw him in jail immediately for lese majesty. What? Yeah, you said it. Throw him in jail. Make him pay for the way he disrespected her benevolence. These people are definitely not my fans right now. And there they go again, doing their Omega chant.
Peace! Give me peace! I said peace! Now everyone, please calm down.
Is he? Your Majesty, please assign this black-hearted attorney a suitable punishment. Oh, is the judge about to gain a couple more segments to his spine?
No, I can't charge him with lese majesty.
What? Nanny! Why not, your Majesty?
He was simply following the proper procedure for defending the accused. There's nothing unlawful about that.
But, your Majesty, don't you want to wrap up this trial quickly? Why not just give your verdict, and then you can go home and make it up to your wife?
We can't end the trial now, not when we just learned new information about the case.
Nanny! Your Majesty? Not you too? You would honestly entertain the idea that my insight contains a contradiction?
Truly, it is shocking. In the 20+ years since the DC Act went into effect, such a thing has never occurred. To be honest, I didn't want to believe it either.
Isn't it pronounced lese majeste, being a French loanword? Well, you know what a stellar track record I have. I have the Candelabra incident, I have the Vice incident, and I will never live down low, so probably is lese majeste, like you say.
But with his life on the line, the defense pointed out an inconsistency, and it is our duty to scrutinize it to the satisfaction of the law.
You dare go against the royal priestess, you non-believer?
No, my faith is as strong as ever. But I have a duty to make a fair ruling in this trial. If you insist on interfering with that process, your benevolence, I'm afraid I must request your removal from this courtroom, royal priestess or not.
What? I'll have you know.
Your benevolence. Please acquiesce in this, your benevolence.
Looks like she was just told no for the first time in her life. Oh, Camus. That's right. He may be Camus in here, but he's Camus in here. If looks could kill, I won't forget this offense, barbed head. I do not admit defeat. I will not.
Bailiff, please see her benevolence out.
Your Mitama will face due retribution in the Twilight Realm. The demons there they'll pluck the barbs right off your stupid head. I hope your suffering will be super duper painful. And I hope they throw you in a liquor burning fire, and then I guess she's still just a teenager after all. She really just whipped out her phone and went on X to blast him on this whole thing. Letting the royal mass slip a bit, and it's delicious.
Now then, defense. Mr. Light, was it?
That's right, your majesty. Phoenix Wright.
Of course, Mr. Wright.
Why does that feel so familiar to hear?
My apologies. Well, now that we have this newly uncovered fact, I suggest we proceed with arguments.
Thank you, your majesty.
Yes, but do not misunderstand me. This doesn't mean I trust you completely. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so don't even think about lying to this court.
I understand, your majesty. Ooh, maybe now we can finally run a real trial. So we have I just thought of a new Venn diagram. People named Light, people who have a son named Rock, and in the center, Thomas Light. Yeah, the other Venn diagram goes to Terry Bogard. Yeah, so Phoenix, Terry, Thomas. Such a random thought. Arguments, your majesty. Very well. I accept your challenge. Huh? What's with him? Oh, no, the look on your face, Mr. Wright. It's just too hilarious.
What's so funny, Mr. Payne?
The defense still doesn't get it. The truth, the unearthed, is going to bury him in his case instead. What do you mean by that, prosecutor? I told you, it's chief prosecutor! Yeah, because that's the thing to focus on right now. The defense is digging its own grave. Consider this, your majesty. Why would the victim, the security guard, point a gun at the accused?
Oh?
No, indeed, because the accused was about to commit a theft. This is the only logical explanation.
What?
That does sound pretty logical, actually. It doesn't help the accused situation at all. If anything, it makes him look even more guilty.
Yes, I have to agree.
Allow me to spell out this truth the defense didn't bother to think through. Mr. Roll came across the accused just as he was trying to steal the treasure. The guard pointed his gun at the accused, and just when the power went out, the accused murdered the victim and hid his body in the treasure room. You know what I realized? This man has a blood stain on his glove. Wonder when that's going to be relevant. Also, this does not help my case at all, but if he pulled the gun, well, no, actually, if he pulled the gun on the accused, and the accused murdered him right there, why is the gun still in the holster? You'd think that the gun would just go flying out of his hands and be somewhere on the ground. So, just a few thoughts that I'm having might help me along the way. The hand truck for moving heavy treasures around is stored in the treasure room. The accused could have easily moved the body with that. And after all that hard work to knock down those insights, back in the old familiar corner once more.
Mr. Wright, do you have a rebuttal?
Trying to go blank here. I hope you're ready to climb that scaffold. I
asked you a question, defense.
I've got nothing. I can't think of any grounds for an objection. The only thing to do at this point is ask the defendant himself what happened. I don't know if Albie will cooperate with me or not. Albie? Will you tell us what really happened? Come on, we need this turnabout now. You don't have to say anything, accused. Fall for his evil trap, and you'll only dirty your own soul. Albie, you have to tell me the truth. I can't help you unless you do. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. Why? Why won't he trust me? Is this it? Is this the end for both of us? I'm sorry. I never met a real lawyer before. Everybody always told me they're bad people who help dirty criminals go free. I never thought a lawyer would actually try to help me, would actually believe in me, would risk his own life for me. I never would have even imagined it. Albie. So, that's why I lied. To try and save myself. But I'm not going to lie anymore. If you believe in me enough to put your life on the line, then I'm going to believe in you too. Hey! That's our goat. What? Allow me to explain. Now we're talking. Time to finally get to the bottom of things. To be honest, I went to the treasure room lots of times to look at the treasure box.
Even though the temple told you you weren't allowed to go anywhere near it?
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Roll even saw me once and scolded me. But that box is so beautiful. The way it glows in the dark, I couldn't help myself. Wait, it glows in the dark? That's right. It's covered in this special mineral called fluorinite that makes it glow. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's really a shame they don't put it on display for the public. Can you imagine how many people would go on night tours of the temple if they did? If only you applied such passion to telling me the truth earlier. It glows in the dark. Clearly that's relevant. On the day of the incident, I was on my way to the treasure room again when I ran into Mr. Roll in the Great Stairs.
So, those were not the treasure room stairs in the seance vision.
No, they were the Great Stairs that connect to the hallway. Makes sense. Vision wasn't clear enough to show us what was at the top of the stairs. Ah, the diagram entered the court record. Nice. All of a sudden, Roll drew his gun and threatened me with it. I quickly put my hands up. Mr. Roll, he acted so scary. For some reason, he had his scarf over his mouth. I couldn't read his expression at all. Just then, the power went out. Okay. So the Mr. Roll in the vision is not the same Mr. Roll who was killed. If anything, the Mr. Roll who is... Whoever our mystery third person is, he killed Roll, obviously, and then pretended to be him. Just then, the power went out. Although, no, that's wrong. Because that vision was Mr. Roll's, so then the guy... I'll keep it moving. I'll keep it moving. I'm gonna keep it moving. I thought it was onto something. I was thinking of, there was so much impersonation in the previous game, I thought maybe we were doing a repeat. No, that's not it. So I took that chance to hightail it out of there. I ran for my life. Even now, when I try to think back on it, all I can remember are the gun and the piercing look in Mr. Roll's eyes. The piercing look, huh? Well, I would have put a pin in that one. That must have been when I dropped the notice scroll. Which means someone else brought it to the treasure room, along with Mr. Roll's body. Did Mr. Roll say anything to you when you ran into him on the stairs? No. What is it, Albie? I have no idea why, but he asked me a strange question. Did you steal it? He said. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say all this before. I didn't think anybody would believe me. The Khura'in's speech. One that confirmed my suspicions that you were the thief.
Objection!
It's possible the victim simply misread the situation. Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. The victim must have had a good reason to be suspicious of the accused. Why does every new piece of information seem so incriminating? Shadow, what do I do, Shadow? Then what better reason to suspect the boy than seeing the treasure box in his hands? In the course of his rounds, the victim must have noticed that the treasure had been stolen. And then, just after that, he ran into the accused. I'll be your guide. No, that's not what happened. Therefore, the one who stole the treasure and killed the victim can be none other than the accused. Oh, is that Shadow? Is that a pupper? Is that a good boy? What now? Well, not guilty. Let's break for lunch. Hey, Shadow, down, boy.
Well, what do we have here?
I'm sorry about this. This is my dog, Shadow. Sup?
You nearly gave me a heart attack.
So, that's what was making his bag move. Sup? Can't you quiet that yappy mutt down? Shadow says that Mr. Roll made a mistake. You can understand him. Now tell me this is a surprise witness for the defense.
I beg your pardon? What an absurd notion, bringing up an animal to testify. No self-respecting judge would allow that to happen. You're not thinking of cross-examining an animal, are you?
Of course not, Your Majesty. Not this time, anyway. They really are lampshading it. They have to.
Whew. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to reassess my assessment of your sanity for a second there.
I think I'd better reassess my strategy and fast. I have to somehow show that somebody else could have struck the victim or we're sunk. While it's true the defendant was standing in front of the victim when he died, it doesn't mean somebody else couldn't have struck the victim at the time.
If you're going to go that far, I hope this means you have another angle of approach ready.
Exactly! I mean, who but the accused, standing front and center, could have done it? Unless you can back up your claim, there's nothing more than conjecture. Okay, come on, Phoenix. I can think of something convincing. Where else could the victim have struck from? Where else could the victim have been struck from? Why, from behind him? Possibly. Maybe. If the actual, well, yeah, because he's on the same, like, the plane, like you have the stairs here that give Albie the height advantage. You know, if someone struck from behind, then
Take that!
with the defendant standing in front of the victim, isn't it possible that the victim could have been struck from behind?
From behind, you say? I see. Yes, I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Good. Now at least I have some breathing room.
But who do you suppose it could have been?
Oh, the true culprit, naturally. The one who actually committed the theft and murder.
The true culprit? I suppose you have a true timeline of events to go along with that?
I should have known I'd have to explain everything. Alright, if we assume the true culprit struck the victim from behind, then that means... After going to the treasure room and stealing the treasure, the true culprit tried to escape. But then Mr. Roll appeared, making his rounds. I imagine the culprit then quickly hid in the storeroom on the other side of the hallway. No grasping at straws, Mr. Wright. Wait a minute! You have nothing but baseless conjecture! I'm going to look for something to base it on right now. Albie, when you ran into Mr. Roll in the hallway, was there anyone around the storeroom area? I don't know. Doggo looks nice. Oh my god, he even looks a little eepy. There might have been somebody there, but I couldn't see. I was only halfway down the stairs, so I couldn't see the ends of that hallway. I see. Swing and a miss. Alright, what's got the little boy spooked? Oh, Shadow says that someone was there. I see. Thank you for that. Too bad his testimony is inadmissible. Yes, eepy means sleeping. You think this is a joke? Maybe the defendant didn't happen to see this other person. That doesn't mean the true culprit couldn't have been there in the hallway.
Objection!
Your desperate floundering is getting hard to watch. But I will enjoy watching you sink. What are you talking about? Unfortunately for you, only the accused and the victim were there in that hallway at the time of the incident. How can you continue to make that assertion? Because there was a witness. A very reliable eyewitness. Wait. If there was a witness, that witness is a third person. Mr. Payne. Nani? Magistrate, the prosecution would like to call its witness to the stand.
Calling an eyewitness to the stand, It's been decades since that's happened.
And unlike the defense's witness, you can rest assured that there are no pets involved. That was a low blow. Sup?
Oh well, I'll allow it. And now for something we've not heard in quite some time. Bring the witness to the stand. Ooh, that sounds good to say.
Who have we got? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Peace Lubin and Distanden. Peace Lubin and Distanden. Peace, love, and understanding. He's a hippie. We've got our angle. Peace, love, and understand is the name.
I'm like Temple's head monk. Can you dig?
I don't think I'll be able to do that voice, though. It's a hippie, straight out of Earthbound.
Oh, if it isn't instructor understanding, you're the eyewitness?
Instructor? Not only is Mr. Understanding Temple's head monk, it's starting to get to be a mouthful, but he's also a renowned Damalan expert. Sorry to have to ask, but what's a Damalan?
Oh, he is shredding on it.
My face was absolutely melted by that solo.
Check it. Here she is, my sweet serenader. My one and only. Groovy, right? We heard our sultry sounds once before, brother. When dragon and tiger battle.
That's the song from the Dance of Devotion.
Right on, brother. The Song of Ceremony. Playing this tune together is a precious gig for me and my girl here. You dig?
The Song of Ceremony, the song that was playing at the time of the murder.
Oh, Holy Mother, may the righteous sound of my Damalan serve as my offering to you. Wonderful. A great performance as always. There's my thing, you know. My bag. I make instruments speak, baby.
Who said baby, baby? You're not in this game, Taka.
And by the by, Magistry Pops, no Damalan class today? Nope. I'm afraid this trial has gone into overtime, thanks to Mr. Lawyer over there.
The class the judge wanted to attend was a Damalan lesson.
Well, you know what they say, baby. Never trust the lawyer, man. But transgressors against the Holy Mother have to be brought to justice.
Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Understanding. As the treasure's keeper, you must have been shocked to learn it had been stolen.
Yeah, man. That was not cool.
Keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, Mr. Understanding.
That's right, brother. This here's the one and only treasure box key. And I keep it on me at all times. Can you dig? But the sneaky thief went and cracked open that sucker anyway. Total bummer, man.
So, that's the key to the treasure box, is it? Wheels are turning in that barbed head of his.
You know it, baby. It's called the Magatama key, and it's a historical artifact to boot. It's been passed down from head monk to head monk at Temple.
Magatama key, huh? The sole key for opening the treasure box. Understanding keeps on his person at all times. Now someone's jacked the treasure on my watch. It's a real buzzkill, man. How am I ever gonna face her holiness again? Oh, Holy Mother, please find it in your infinite mercy to forgive me. Please guide this lost and humble lamb, man. Why do I always get the far out ones? Mr. Understanding, you witnessed the accused and the victim heading to the treasure room. You know it, baby. Best believe I scoped that tiny transgressor. Would you please give the court your testimony regarding what you saw? To bring justice against the transgressor, man. Yeah, of course I'll do all I can. In the name of her holiness, I vow to sing, naught but the truth I swear to bring. Hit me. Witness testimony. Such fanciness. What I saw, baby. He's got his own soundtrack. After the morning dance of devotion, let's go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Don't you know my chamber's on the way? To the temple's treasure room, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Any small footsteps I can quite clearly hear if anyone to the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. For the blackout would other than roll. Only Albie took the treasure room did stroll. Beautiful singing, almost enough to bring tears to your eyes. And your eyes are pretty dry right now. Tell me I was hallucinating just now. Like, can you believe Mr. Roll bit the big one after that? Harsh, man. I share your sentiments. You were the one who discovered the victim's body, weren't you, Mr. Understanding? What? You found the body as well? He really is a key witness, then. A key witness. That's right, brother. After the blackout, I went to reset the breaker and give power back to the people. A circuit box is near my chamber, so I'm always the man for the job. You feel me? Breaker? I hardly even know her, man. Twang, 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 twang. The breakers are in the first floor hallway, in front of the storeroom. On the way, I got a whiff of something funky. Blood, man. Really harshed my mellow. I knew some wasn't kosher, so I swung by the treasure room to see what's what. And it was like, whoa, man! There was poor Mr. Roll, dead as a doornail. Got a new diagram? In the interval between the end of the dance of devotion and the blackout, the only ones who went to the scene of the crime were the victim and the accused. And the witness. So you see, Mr. Understanding's unassailable account is what led to the accused's arrest. Hold it. Isn't it possible the murder took place before the end of the Dance of Devotion? I'm afraid that's not possible. The victim was in the performance hall until the very end of the dance. He was? The victim was in the performance hall until the very end of the dance. Would you like some proof? Now is this a photo of that morning's dance of devotion taken by a tourist?
My, what graceful dancing! I can almost hear the sound of Mr. Understanding's Dharma now.
He's right. There's Mr. Roll on duty. Never underestimate the incredible pain. So in addition to Rafa's insights, you had backup evidence lined up too, huh? Dance of Devotion photo. Alright. As head monk, my monks in training are like my own kids, like family. Can you dig it? Should have taught I'll be better, man. For Her Holiness, the Holy Mother. Oh, I'll be confessed your sins, my young brother. Head monk understanding, I didn't kill Mr. Roll. So I don't have anything to confess to the Holy Mother. What? Bogus, little man. Your faith is weak like a wet paper bag. You feeling me? Spare the rod. Hey, baby. Spoil the child. Not maybe. Her Holiness is magnanimous, son. If you confess your guilt, she'll forgive you. In the Twilight Realm. I don't suppose she can forgive him in this realm first.
Defense, please begin your cross-examination.
What I saw, baby! Alright, after the morning dance of devotion, to go back to your chamber, you got the notion. The chamber's on the way to the temple's treasure room. Hey. Let me go ahead and confirm that. So, yep, the performance hall is right over here, and there's your chamber. Oh, I just realized that I've been listening to the testimony theme this entire time, and I have not been really paying attention to it. Is this the intensified version? Or have we not heard the intensified version yet, just because I haven't really been paying attention? Those nice string instruments, though. So you went back to your chamber, and it's on the way to the treasure room. You don't think you have yet? Alright then. So I'll have to internalize this theme so that I can recognize the intensified theme even better. Any small footsteps you can quite clearly hear. If anyone into the treasure room goes near. Really? It's quite a distance. Although there are stairs. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than Roll. Before the blackout, one other than Roll, only Albie did to the treasure room did stroll. Alright. Let's press the footsteps. Even from inside your chamber, you can still hear what's going on outside? Temple is a groovy old building built from Mother Nature's finest. Should have been me. What? You can hear a pin drop through the wooden walls, you dig? An old building like that, guess the walls must be pretty thin. Then that's how Mr. Understanding can know the culprit's movements. It's all thanks to the Holy Mother's divine protection. Right on, my man. I dedicate this testimony to her holiness. Alright, so you were the only one. He was the only one. Wait, what do you mean he was the only one?
Hold it!
How could you tell it was Albie just from the sound of some footsteps? Albie is practically family, man. The smooth groove of his shoes are easy to pick out. How do you know he went to the treasure room? Didn't you think it was possible he went to the storeroom at the other end of the hall? No way, man. Saw him with my own 2 eyes. You saw him? In the treasure room. This you can't believe. My peepers peep. The sneaky sneak I'll be. And tell us where it is you stood when you saw the accused, if you would. Hey, pain should go into music. We heard the footsteps. I looked out the window. This is new information. From my window, I can see the window of the first floor hallway across the courtyard, you dig? And through that window, I saw Albie walking into the treasure room. Should I have him add this statement to his testimony? That sounds important. Could you please add this statement to your testimony, Mr. Understanden? You got it, brother. Through the window I did spy little Albie with my own eye. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than roll, only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. Alright, let's press this one. How can you be so sure that nobody else was there? Whoa, man. Your lawyers are as uptight as they say. Isn't it possible that someone else could have snuck past? The answer, my friend, is squeaky wooden floorboards, baby. That is correct. I remember when I was in Japan, and we would go into all these temples, and the floorboards were very, very squeaky, and they acted kind of as a security system, where if people made one mistake, they would give themselves away. Like, there would be these huge sleeping quarters where only one person was allowed to be in at any given time. And if they were in there and they heard squeaky floorboards, then they knew that someone else was intruding, and they either ran off, or they called their guards, or they attacked. So, sometimes it's because they're old, but other times they're squeaky by design, once again, to act as a security system. So, that's kind of cool, that because now I've seen it for myself, I can recognize the significance of it. It's one thing to be told about it, it's another thing to know it yourself. They make such a racket, not even the quietest cat could sneak by me. You dig? Yes, that makes sense. And all that just now was simply more of that attorney's unfounded suspicions, I see. That's the truth, baby, it's all I say. The truth is all, it's everything.
Shooby bop doo wah. Words of wisdom, words of truth. Baby tooth forsooth, phone booth. Much thanks to Mr. Understanding. Let's bring an end to the fence grandstanding. You're not stopping me till my client goes free. Wait a minute. Why am I singing? Right on! Even the lawyer is joining in, baby! Everybody's starting to feel the groovy vibe of my far-out rhythm. I refuse to let him run this show. I think I found the flaw I've been looking for. Understanding what is in his chamber on the second floor. There's something that definitely should have been blocking his view. Something that should have been blocking his view. Ayo. Let me see. So, through the window you did spy little Albie with his own eye. What would have been blocking his view? So that's on this London's chamber. That should have been the door. Yeah. If you're the only person who has access to the treasure room, yeah, it's the treasure room door. You have this key. If you always keep it on your person, then how do you get in, huh? How do you get in?
Objection!
But no. Unless I am pressing the wrong statement with the wrong... Okay. Through the window you did spy a little Albie with your own eye. Albie was the only one before the blackout. Other than roll, only Albie. So, we're just trying to prove... It's not the statement I'm pressing, okay? Before the blackout, one other than roll, only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. Any small footprints you can clearly hear. So you would. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than roll, only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. So then that means you wouldn't know if anybody else came in because of the blackout. Not the evidence either, because I haven't checked my evidence properly. Okay. Let's see here. Is it significant that his instrument is different? Over here? Because we do have another guard over here. It is, but not yet. So before the blackout, due to the growing number of thefts around the temple, it will be tightly and secure that there were all the hallway shutters will remain shut for the day's dance of devotion. There you go. I looked at that before, and I wanted to put a pin on it. Hold on a second. Did I miss this? Where in the notes is it that the shutters were closed? Well, they're getting quite big right now. Through the window you did spy a little Albie with your own eye. Through the window you did spy a little Albie with your own eye. Except, You couldn't.
There's something off about that, Mr. Understanding.
My music is off? Sorry you feel that way, man. Maybe this vibe ain't topping the charts where you're from. What's your poison? Orchestra? Jazz soul? The fragrance of coffee? Next to a fireplace? And a rainy window, man?
Nothing wrong with my ears, witness. But something's not quite right with your eyes. Mr. Understanding, you've been lying to this court.
Now why would I lie? Why would I lie? Why would I lie? I got nothing to hide. Truth and truth alone is all I sing. Lying, y'all not lying ain't my thing.
I contend otherwise. You recognize this object, Mr. Understanding?
It's a temple notice, man. What of it?
In this notice, the following instruction to the temple monks is written. All of the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's dance of devotion.
What you talking about, Phoenix?
I'm talking about the fact that from your chamber, you couldn't have seen anyone going into the treasure room through those shutters.
Gah. Oh.
We're starting to hear the typical Phoenix Wright music. Looks like you didn't get the memo.
No way. I don't believe it, man.
If you don't believe it, why don't you read the notice for yourself?
Let's see. Something, will, some, for, something.
Is that your idea of reading?
I'm not so hot at reading Khura'in nays, man. I usually get one of the other monks to read stuff for me, you know?
Doesn't that make your duties as head monk a little difficult?
Hey, cut me some slack, man. I only moved to this country 6 months ago.
That's quite recent, isn't it? So, how did someone who's only been here 6 months become head monk of a temple? How little you understand. Religious faith can't be measured in months or years. I've only been an adherent of Khura'inism for 3 months myself. The Holy Mother's teachings really spoke to me, prompting me to stay in this country. Or was it the fact there are no lawyers here that spoke to you, Being the biggest fish in a pond where there are no other fish and people just feed you?
Mr. Payne, I know just how you feel, my man. Her Holiness's teaching spoke to me too.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present Brother Dumb and Brother Dumber. Well, I know why Payne suddenly became a believer in Khura'inism. But could Understanding have had an ulterior motive for becoming a believer too? Mr. Understanding, were you really in your chamber as you claim?
What? Hey, be chill, brother.
Weren't you instead somewhere else?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, what kind of nonsense are you spouting now? According to Mr. Understanding's testimony, he saw Albie with his own eyes. Therefore, is it really nonsense to suggest he could have seen Albie from somewhere else? Well,
Do you have a theory, Defense? Do you know where Mr. Understanding was, if not in his chamber?
he wasn't in his room then. If Albie had gone down to the hallway towards the treasure room, There are only a few places he could have seen Albie from. I do have a theory, Your Majesty. Let's say the witness really did see Albie going towards the treasure room. What then? The defense proposes that this is the only place he could have seen Albie go down that hall. Alright, where could he have been? So, it's either the treasure room. Okay, so if Albie didn't see him, it can't be the treasure room. So I propose the storeroom. Never mind. Was he in the treasure room? Nah, not that either. Sheesh. Or was he not even in the room? I thought we were going down a line of questioning where he was gonna get his guitar replaced. Alright, so... Oh, he was fixing the breaker, wasn't he? Yeah, okay. I thought maybe he was in the storage room and he peeked out from outside there and watched them come in. But no, that wouldn't make sense.
There, but you just suggested earlier, that's where the true culprit might have been.
Imagine that, Your Honor. Your Majesty. True. No matter how I look at it, this is the only place understanding could have been.
Mr. Foreign Lawyer, don't tell me. Are you accusing Mr. Understanding of being the true culprit in this case? J'accuse.
Yes, Your Majesty. I contend there's a strong possibility this witness is the murderer. Here we go again. Bring it in, bring it in. Your vitriol fuels me. Your boos mean nothing. I know what makes you cheer. How dare you be so disrespectful? First you criticize her benevolence's insights, now you accuse the head monk of murder.
Objection!
This is the only place the witness could have been. If he was here, he could have struck the victim down from behind and moved his body to the treasure room. That's nothing but groundless conjecture! And there's one more thing. You remember what was said in the opening statement? The opening argument, even?
Oh, the opening argument?
During that argument, it was suggested that Albie used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure. That's right! What of it? Well, why don't we try this twist on for size? The thief used his position as head monk of the temple to get a hold of the treasure. Nani!
What?
You're joshing me, man! The key to the treasure box has been passed down from head monk to head monk. What better position to be in if you want to steal the treasure, huh? You can't possibly be serious!
Does this mean you're claiming that Mr. Understanding's oath of faith is nothing but a lie designed to get him close to the treasure?
The witness hasn't been truthful in his testimony to this court, so clearly he isn't above lying. Didn't you swear to the Holy Mother that naught but the truth would you bring? In light of that, I don't think it's unfair to call your faith into question. This is ridiculous! Are there no limits to what this lawyer will say? I mean, lie is such a strong word. Maybe it was just a mistake? Uh-oh. Understanding's about to lock in. Enough of the nervous wreck routine, prosecutor. You're just embarrassing yourself, man. Ninny? What was that, Mr. Understanding? Lawyer man, you really are the lowest of the low. You've gone and said something I can't forgive. You called my belief into question, my faith in the Holy Mother, and nobody gets away with that. Oh shoot, he's going in. Oh wow, alright. Without that hippie headband, he really does look like a rocker without all that headband. Also, they probably changed his model, and all the recontextualization is making things look different. Cool. Kind of funny how these, we were only on the first case, and we already have, witnesses doing transformations. It's great.
What on earth? That music, it's making my ears bleed.
Ra Jesus, yes. Should I start voicing him as a death metal dude, or just keep on going with the hippie voice? This is the music of my soul. Death to the lawyer. I'm the Twilight Messenger, can't you tell? Gonna take this lying lawyer straight to hell. He's dripping with lies, running with Philistines. I'm gonna send that lawyer to the guillotines. I'm gonna need a lozenge after this stream. And now for something completely different. Oh shoot! Even the sound of his text has changed. That plinkety plunk music just wouldn't let me express my rage. Your rage, huh? Isn't the real source of your anger having your lie exposed? You just don't get it. If I lied, it's 'cause you drove me to it. All sniffing around, suspicious, and throwing out false accusations. Sorry, but as a lawyer, I'm afraid that's my job. Yeah, well, lawyers are crap. Keep making noise, and I'll have to use my partner here on you. Your partner? Is it a gun-tar? I'm the one making noise? Hey, so you wanna know the truth, huh? Think you can handle the truth, do ya? Fine. Let's see you try. Feel the heat of my brutal death beat. Savage, right? Sweating bullets, ain't ya? Screams of my soul, gonna make a mosh pit out of this peanut gallery. Did he just really win the court over with that performance? Yo, geezer, I got something to testify. Get ready for the howling of my soul. I call this chart topper Soul Screaming Truth. There it is, soul screaming truth.
Priestess dance had come to an end. To the music storeroom my way I did wend. Death, truth is what you dread. Hear me shred.
That sheer focus in his eyes as he goes at it.
From my spot in front of the storeroom, I saw me creep to the treasure room. And trailing from behind, hound on the scent, I saw patrol after Albie went. Me and my girl, innocent and sweet, back by the storeroom, can't be beat. Then out went the power, ticket to midnight, blacker than blackest black, robbing all sight. Yeah, baby, let the soul mule flow.
Is that part of his testimony? Letting the soul metal flow?
What is that music? I've never heard anything like it. And it's so fast, it's making my head spin. This is Damalan Metal.
Hey, yo geezer, how those ears ringing? I don't know much about music, but I've got chills, and they're multiplying. Scared, lawyer man? Run away. Run away fast as you can. What a truly wonderful rhythm! The perfect accompaniment for further deliberations. Now, Mr. Understanding, what did you go to the music storeroom for? Hey, I went to put my Damalon away. She's my precious partner. Gotta give her a good rest after playing in the right. But then, why did you lie before?
Because you'd send me to hell.
Huh? Y'all know about lawyers and their lying, lawyerly ways. Am I right, people? If I admitted I went to the storeroom, he'd have drummed up false charges on me. I didn't want to get sent to hell. What'd you say? He's right, that so would have happened. Now I see why that Defense Culpability Act was passed. You feeling me, Khura'in? You said it! Is it too much to ask for a low-key trial? Now, are you punks ready to rock or what? Yeah! I can't hear you. I said, you ready to teach this lying lawyer how we do things around here? They really gave Gaspin Payne a voice clip for the yeah. I love it. Alright, I'm gonna lay it on you one more time. The screaming truth of my soul. Alright, so Priestess's Dance had come to an end. Music storeroom, my way to wend. Death truth is what you dread. Hear me shred. From my spot in front of the storeroom, I saw me creep to the treasure room. And trailing from behind, hound on the scent, saw patrol after I'll be wet. Me and my girl, innocent and sweet, back by the storeroom, can't be beat. Then out went the power, ticket to midnight, blacker than blackest black, robbing all sight. Alright, tell me who your girl is. What exactly are we doing in the music room? There! Get the picture? Picture? What picture?
Mr. Understanding is requesting that you not ask him the same thing over and over.
Hey, Geezer, you got him one. Take a bow, baby. How in the heck did he understand that? What was I doing in the music store, you ask? I already told you. I was taking care of my partner in crime, getting ready to put her away. But see, would you believe it? Alright, then out went the power. Blacker than Blackest Night robbing all sight.
Hold it!
Is there a contradiction in there? That was robbed all sight? Where were you when the power outage occurred? Like I said, I was in the music storeroom. A girl had been sounding a little off, so I had to get her back in tune. Isn't it true that you were actually in the hallway at the time? The hallway, you say? Why would I be in the hallway? You were waiting for Mr. Roll to come back from his patrol of the treasure room. Now you discover that the treasure had been stolen, you were going to kill him. That's a little bit of a leap, Mr. Phoenix. Mr. Nick. Lawyer man, just as always so full of bull. Spewing noxious lies and pulling the wool. Filthy lawyer through and through, and I ain't never ever gonna forgive you. Naturalized with no evidence, and as always his claims are just tenuous. Hey, nice prosecutor. I'm picking up what you're throwing down. Oh, one stop their jam session, please. I only understand about half of what this guy's saying. It disturbs my slumber. Well, my slumber was interrupted by a sour cream healthy replacement. I'll have to try that. I suppose to press the statements, but I'm really not looking forward to it. Okay, I guess we're pressing.
Hold it!
You say you went to the music storeroom. How do we know you didn't go to the treasure room to steal the treasure instead? And on what grounds would you base that accusation? Got anything to show for it? He's right. Don't really have any proof. Yet? Well, you can't prove you didn't go to the treasure storeroom either. You stole the treasure and were ready to make your getaway when you saw Mr. Roll. So you panicked and ran into the music storeroom. Isn't that right? Yeah, this ain't it, Chief. Why do I feel like I'm being stabbed by icy stares from every direction? This silence is your answer, lawyer man. This audience knows the score. Just what we needed. A moment of silence to bid this lawyer's baseless claim. Boy. Everyone's throwing up the horns. Why do they hate lawyers so much in this country? I said it before and I'll say it again, lawyer man. After the priestess's dance, I went to the music storeroom.
You've made your assertions clear, defense, but your argument is rather unsubstantiated.
Well, that's not good. Huh. What's so funny? Peace-loving understanding? Nevertheless, the possibility is still there. You can't deny the witness could have killed the victim under the cover of darkness.
Objection!
You're forgetting one very important thing. Nani? It seems you've forgotten that the outage happened by chance, not design.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. I did forget about that. It's not like the witness planned the outages so he could take advantage of the darkness. And without darkness, it would have been hard to sneak up behind Mr. Roll and kill him.
You're right. Even I would notice someone coming up behind me. Well, defense, what do you have to say about that?
What can I say about that?
Mr. Wright, your claim is completely without merit.
Unless you want to argue that the witness somehow magically made the outage happen. Well, maybe not magically, but wait, that's it. I contend the witness could have made the power outage happen, with no magic necessary. Nani?
You have a theory, defense.
All I had to do was make use of something shown on this diagram. What did the witness use to make the power outage happen? Oh, I don't know. What did he use that could easily be fixed by hitting the breaker? The breaker is the on switch, but what is the off switch?
Take that!
The witness was in the storeroom. The circuit box is on the storeroom end of the hallway. There's nothing really magical about turning off the breaker, wouldn't you say? Oh no! Nice try. That theory doesn't hold water, lawyer man. And why not? You're saying I turned the breaker off and then snuck up on Mr. Roll and hit him? In pitch black darkness, with no source of light whatsoever? Huh. Is that what you're saying? With the lights off, that hallway is blacker than 100 midnights. So dark that even Regal would blush. You can't see a hand in front of your face. How could anybody commit a murder like that? Unless it was somebody standing right in front of the victim, like the accused. I hate when he's right. But I can't just let this point stand. Well, maybe the victim was holding something that served as a guide. Maybe the weapon itself was glowing.
A guide through the darkness?
Something. That's more than a little vague, wouldn't you agree? You ain't gonna move this room with a half-baked hunch like that, bro. You gotta hit him hard. Really make him feel it, you hear me? Just like my verse, baby. Woo!
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand the witness's lyrics very well either. But in a trial, the arguments have to be clear and precise. Let's see some of that clarity and precision now, defense.
Uh-oh. What do I do?
Can you present to us something that could have served as a guide through the darkness?
Well, I can't present it to you. Well, I mean, it's not here with me right now, but let's see what happens if I do this. Yes, I can, because there has to be something.
Alright, let's see what you have, defense. What could the victim have been holding that served as a guide through the darkness?
Take that!
I believe the victim was holding the treasure box.
Huh? Have you gone mad? Well, the box glows in the dark, so you could use it as a sort of beacon. Well, I guess you're right. But why in the world would the victim be holding the treasure box? Oh, well, because your guess is as good as mine. What is this lawyer talking about? Nonsense and lies yet again! Give him the death penalty already! Is there no way to win them over? Defense? Are we going to be needing those tongue shears after all? No, your majesty. Yeah, man, do it! Do it! Then we can jam out to this lawyer's shrieks of pain. God damn, this game. What? Who hurt the writers? Better get those screams of agony out now, lawyer man. Well, you still have a tongue to scream with. I guess I better come up with a reason. No pressure or anything. As to why the victim was holding the treasure box, it could easily be explained by this. Brain, don't fail me now. What reason could the victim possibly have to be holding that treasure box? The victim was holding the treasure box because he was... Perhaps he was the thief. An idea I just happened to stumble upon. I think it just might be the answer. Because we've been operating under the assumption that murderer and thief are one and the same. But what if it actually is separated? Murderer and thief. Murderer and victim. And it would turn this whole trial upside down. Hello? Offense? Are you still with us? Let's hear this easy explanation you promised. Isn't it possible that it was because the victim himself was the thief? The victim? The thief? The thief? I'm flabbergasted! What kind of bull are you spewing now? Your Majesty, this guy's off his rocker. If the victim was the thief, everything we learned so far would all make sense. And it would give us a completely new way to interpret the victim's actions. After the morning dance of devotion, Mr. Roll went to the treasure room. He grabbed the box that contained the treasure and started to take off with it. But then he ran into Albie on the Great Stairs. That's why Mr. Roll pulled his gun on Albie. Then, when the blackout occurred, Mr. Roll was bludgeoned to death in the darkness. This explains why the victim would be holding the glowing treasure box in the dark. Now, it would have been possible for someone other than the accused to kill him. So, the one thing I just remembered now was that somebody asked a question of Albie. Were they asking it to Albie? Or were they asking it to the victim? In which case, that would be a third person. I just wish I could remember what it was that they asked. Because Albie remembered being asked, "Did you steal it?" Or something like that. So, maybe it wasn't Roll speaking, but then again, Albie would have recognized the voices, so never mind. Do you have any idea what you're saying? You're unbelievable, lawyer man.
I think you've lost it. Ha ha! It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Trying to roll the temple? That devout believer? That pious Khura'inist?
I won't allow you to disparage the victim's departed soul with unfounded allegations. I hope you're prepared to back up your claim.
Of course, Your Majesty. Oh, really? In that case, can we assume you have proof? Uh-oh. Proof, huh? Do I have any proof? I can't back down now. Yes, I have proof. In my dreams. The proof that Mr. Roll was the thief may have been left behind on a certain piece of evidence.
Very well. Let's see your evidence and be ready to stand behind it.
Footprints, fingerprints, I'll take anything at this point. I need proof. Something that would have been involved in the theft. I might still have some trace evidence left on it.
What proof do you have that the victim might have been the thief?
I mean... yeah, the treasure box itself, the thing that's being stolen. The defense would like to examine the treasure box. There might be trace evidence on it that would show that the victim had held it.
Might? You better hope you turn up something more definitive than that defense.
Yes, sir, Your Majesty.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the treasure box.
Just all of a sudden, after years upon years.
There you are, defense. You're free to examine it.
If I don't find something now, my entire argument up to this point will be blown. Plus, there's that little matter of the old tongue shears. I have to find something. I just have to. Now, to make sure I remember how to do this, I can rotate the evidence with the arrow keys. I can also use B and M to zoom in and out to get a better look. If I ever get too turned around, I can always use N to return things to its initial state. Better search every inch of this box carefully and examine everything of interest in detail with space. So, anything in here? And this is where the Founder's Orb was, huh? Now there's any trace of the orb left here now. I don't really know anything about the orb, so who knows? Alright, so we are looking for trace. I mean... huh. We have blood that just cuts off. That's interesting. There's a lock. It was forced open. I don't really see anything else of note about it. Alright, let's see. Well, lots and lots of blood. Victim's blood. Did the blood get here when the victim was struck with the box? Or did it splatter onto this box when the victim was hit with something else? Guess I can't really tell just by looking. Let's see, anything on the bottom? Anything on the bottom? Alright. There's a butterfly relief here. Seen this same butterfly shape here and there all over Khura'in. Interesting. I guess it doesn't really help me prove anything. Doesn't really help me prove anything. Let me see. What? Should I zoom in? Nope. Alright, let's see here. Maybe on the inside? Lid of the box was forced open. While the victim was holding the box, the lid must have been closed. I'll try closing the lid too. Hey! What? You son of a... You locked it! So? What's the big deal? I thought you can open it with that key you're wearing. Yeah, I can. No sweat. Why is there a bucket load dripping off of you over there? I think I'd like to open this box back up again. Could you lend me your Magatama key? Sure. Okay, let's see. Where's the keyhole?
Well, it's the Magatama key. So wouldn't it just go in the hole above the Magatama mark?
Huh? It won't open.
Huh. Would you look at that? The thief must have busted the lock when they forced the box open.
Really? Because I'm not so sure about that. Not even the Magatama key can open it. Alright, don't know what to do with this information. In any case, better take another good look. I have to find proof the victim was holding this box. Oh, everything is... Oh, not everything is new. Let's see here. There's the lock. It was forced open. Don't really see anything else of note about it. This bloodstain, it shows the outline of a hand. Oh, would you look at that? So if the bloodstain is there, so the hand would have had to been on there, and then the blood would drip onto it, and look at that. The box would have had to have been closed when that happened. Could this be what I've been looking for? Your Majesty, take a look at this. There's a bloodstain here that outlines the shape of a hand.
Really? Let me see that.
Oh my, you're right. Now I'm getting somewhere. I believe the bloodstain is an outline of the victim's hand as he was holding the box.
What?
Even if he was being struck, he held on tight to the precious treasure box. After all, he got through a lot of trouble to steal it. The blood from his head wound splattered across his hand and onto the box. Your Majesty, don't let yourself be taken in. It's just more of his lawyerly deceit.
What do you mean? Explain.
Mr. Wright, where is your proof that the outline is that of the victim's hand? I have a photograph that shows it. I brought this up earlier on. I should have seen this coming. You have a good night, Matthew. Neither show proof or prepare to meet the shears. Or you can save us all some time and bite your tongue out now and submit it instead. There he is. That I did not see coming.
Well, defense, how about it? Do you have proof that the outline is of the victim's hand?
Where would the proof of something like that even be?
Please submit your evidence at this time. What evidence shows the outline on the treasure box is that of the victim's hand?
Why, it is right in this picture.
Take that!
I've got it. Is the evidence gonna save my beloved tongue? Mr. Payne, despite your claims about my forked tongue, it just so happens I have the proof you require. You do? It's right here in this crime photo.
It is? Where? Defense, please point it out.
What proves that the bloodstain outline on the box is that of the victim's hand, you ask? Why, this bloody glove. Mr. Payne, take a good look at the victim's hand. See this? That's blood. No, I thought it was ketchup. What? If we place Mr. Roll's hand inside a bloody outline, You think the blood in his hand would complete the splatter? Exactly. Here goes nothing. And if they do form one complete splatter, it would prove my theory correct.
Then, the victim really was holding the box?
I'm willing to bet my life on it. The defense reasserts that the victim was the thief who stole the treasure box. You can't be serious!
Adjusting the crown, he's losing it.
I protest! There's no way they would ever mention. I assert that it's patently impossible for. No! Talk about that tongue, Karma. Sounds like he just bit his. What's the matter, Mr. Payne? Did your forked tongue get tangled up in there? Or were you trying to submit your own tongue to the court? Why you wanna...
I can hardly believe it. Verily, not everything out of the defense's mouth is a bluff.
Of course not, your majesty. This tongue doesn't lie. And I'd like to continue to use my tongue in the future too, if you wouldn't mind. Never asked to know it really was a bluff. No, not Mr. Roll. I can't believe it. I'm sorry, Albie. I know it's upsetting news. He must have needed the money badly. Probably to support his family. After all, he even gave up his dream of becoming a monk to help them. Oh, so the thing Mr. Roll would say to me. Albie, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he'd say. So, he didn't want him to become a petty criminal, rather than giving up on your dreams of being a monk. Or both. Yeah. He was probably warning you not to end up a thief. Oh, Mr. Roll.
Objection!
No, wait just 1 minute. If the victim was the thief, and he was holding the treasure box, then that means Mr. Roll was holding the murder weapon when he was killed.
Oh, that's a very good point. It doesn't make much sense, does it?
I think I know what happened.
Objection!
If the victim was holding the treasure box, it couldn't have been the murder weapon. Which means the real murder weapon must have been something else.
The real murder weapon?
Was something else? The blood was thought to have gotten on the box when the box was used as a weapon. But it turns out that wasn't the case. The blood splattered onto the treasure box the victim was holding. When he was struck with the real weapon, that's what really happened. Isn't that right, Mr. Understanding? Are you insinuating I'm the one who used this real weapon? Are you saying I'm wrong in my understanding? Oh my god. Someone actually making use of the person's pun? I don't know how to feel about this. Everyone kept on insulting Phoenix by making puns using his name, and now he's turning it around on someone else? Phoenix is popping off right now. You got me riled up, lawyer man. I feel a song coming on. Oh no, not a diss track. Looking for a weapon that just doesn't exist.
Pathetic lawyer man, drop into the abyss. Despicable lawyer man, yo, you make me sick. You can't disappear just like a magic trick. Worthless lawyer man, done in by a weapon. For you miserable wretch, hell doth beckon. Yeah! I know I don't need to remind you, defense, that your life is on the line. I know, your majesty. Yet you're prepared to risk it on this mere idea of a real murder weapon. Death to the lawyer. This is it. The moment of truth. I can't back down. Not now. Yes, Your Majesty, I am. I am confident the real murder weapon does indeed exist. That's a bold claim, Mr. Wright. Now let's see you back it up. My proof is that I made it the fuck up. Show us which piece of evidence points to this real murder weapon. Gladly. If I knew which one it was, what would somebody like understanding use to bludgeon someone? Maybe he had some kind of axe that he could use, or something that is also referred to as an axe sometimes. Now then, defense, please submit your evidence to the court. Yeah, let's see it, lawyer man. Let's see this thing that shows a real murder weapon you say I used. Why? Pack your peepers on this!
Take that!
To present is really nothing more than a possibility. This thin thread is all I've got. Allow me to direct the court's attention to this photo of the morning dance of devotion. That photo? How is that going to help you, Mr. Wright? There's something about it that doesn't sit right with me. Uh-oh. Oh yeah? And what's this something, This thing here is odd, to say the least.
Take that!
Mr. Understanding, why is the instrument you're holding different from the one you're playing in the photo? Would you look at that? They're completely different shapes. I believe you said your Damalan was your one and only. Well, Mr. Understanding, what do you have to say to that? I got nothing to say. And allow me to answer for you. They're different because the one in the photo is no longer in playable condition. Oh shoot, here we go. The truth will set you free. Not after you used it to bludgeon Mr. Roll to death. Goddamn. He really pulled out his frontier justice and taunted him. Can you imagine leaving this mortal coil from a taunt kill? My old partner wasn't doing so hot, so I brought her sister along. That's all. Not a big deal, lawyer man. In that case, please submit your old Damalan to this court as evidence. Too bad. You're too late. I got rid of her yesterday. You... what? burn her up with the rest of the trash. Ashes to ashes, baby. No! He's already destroyed the evidence? I see more trash right here in this court that needs to burn in the fires of hell. Lawyer trash. Now there's no proof to show. Oh, come on, that was pathetic. Your agony can sound better than that. Where's the great scream of yours? This can't be how it ends. I think I've heard enough. It seems the defense is unable to produce the evidence it needs to prove its assertion. But your Majesty, that's only because the witness destroyed it. Evidence is everything in court. Don't tell me you've forgotten this most fundamental principle of our profession. Without sufficient proof, your claim that Mr. Understanding is the murderer is no more than conjecture. There's the pained expression I've been looking for. By the way, there seems to be one more thing you're forgetting. What is it now? You accused Mr. Understanding of being the thief, but the real thief turned out to be the victim. Uh-oh. And with that, Mr. Understanding's purported motive for murder goes out the window. No! Great point, prosecutor. You tell him. If I had been there, I would have just collared roll and gotten the treasure back. Wasn't any reason for me to kill him now. Was there? There's no good counter-argument to that. Sounds to me like Mr. Understanding has been completely wrongfully accused. Unfortunate as it may be, I think it's time to hand down the verdict in this case. Not good, not good. Defense? I trust you understand what you yourself will receive for taking on this case. I get it. I get the impression. Case 1, and we're already getting the head desk. We still have grounds for murder, given how he was sweating up a storm, and we're still missing a treasure. Murder weapon's been destroyed. Now I've got no motive. Poor Alfie would be convicted. I'll lose my life too. Mr. Wright, you wasted this court's time and disparaged everything we hold sacred. We should charge you with lese majesty, or lese majest, however it was, in addition to the crime of abetting the accused. Yeah, you should pay for desecrating my good name. Bye-bye, lawyer man. Time for you to do some repenting. In the Twilight Realm. This guy is guilty as sin. I just know it. He must have had some reason to kill Rome. But what? Come on, people. Let me hear you scream and shout. Time to take this lawyer trash out. Oi. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Shouldn't be trying to figure out what Understanding's motive was. I should be thinking about what kind of situation would give him a motive. Did you steal it? He said. Oh. We know that Mr. Roll was a thief, and that he'd gotten his hand on the box. So, Mr. Roll broke in
and then maybe he opened the box. He wanted to steal it, but understanden stole it first. So Roll, completely out of his right of mind, just looks at Albie and says, "Did you steal it? Did you steal the treasure?" So, because Roll now knows that the treasure is gone, that makes him a liability, and therefore, you know that Mr. Roll was a thief, and that he had gotten his hands on the box. So then why? Why in the world did he ask Albie that question? What about the treasure box would have prompted him to...
Defense? What's gotten into you?
Now I get it. Now it all makes sense. Like, Hulk Hogan, man. What you trying to say? Muttering and squilling to yourself? Sounds like you knocked something loose upstairs. Your Majesty, please hold off on your ruling for just a little while longer.
Don't tell me you're going to start begging for your life now.
No, Your Majesty, that's not it. It's just that I realized something important. We've been operating under a serious misconception the whole time.
Misconception, you say?
That's right. A mistaken notion about the treasure box. Could this really be true? If so, there's still a lot to figure out.
Very well. Let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty! This is more of his nonsense. He's just stalling for time.
This is your last chance, Defense. The second they find it really is nothing but nonsense, no amount of begging will stay my hand. Understand?
Yes, Your Majesty. We all know this is just going to be another one of your silly bluffs.
Now the Defense. What is this misconception you mentioned?
The thing we didn't realize about the treasure box was that... it was empty, it was gone, it wouldn't open. It was empty. What if the treasure box was already empty from the start?
What? What?
Please recall, now when Mr. Roll ran into Albie on the Great Stairs, he asked the boy a question. "Did you steal it?" he said. Also recall that Mr. Roll was holding the treasure box at the time, so why then did he ask Albie the question that he did?
That is a bit peculiar, isn't it?
Not at all, Your Majesty. Not once you realize that. By the time Mr. Roll got to the treasure room, the treasure box was already empty.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Roll suspected that Albie had gotten to it first, which is why he confronted Albie when he ran into the boy on the stairs. But how would the victim have known the treasure box was empty? He didn't have any way of opening it. Once a year, the victim had the duty of carrying the treasure box to the palace. He was so proud when he was put in charge of guarding the treasure box, he even had to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's rite. You would have been able to tell by the weight when he lifted it that the box was empty.
I see. Yes, I suppose he would have been able to tell, wouldn't he?
Mr. Roll most likely decided to at least steal the empty box. It's an important historical artifact in and of itself, after all. But what's your point, Mr. Wright? Explain! What does it mean this have to do with Mr. Understanding? My point is this. It gave Mr. Understanding a motive to murder the victim.
Exclamation mark.
The motive? Mr. Understanding, keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, isn't it? So if anyone had found out that the treasure was missing, you would have been accused of incompetence. From the moment Mr. Roll discovered that the treasure box was gone, the treasure itself was gone, his fate was sealed. Because you decided then that he had to be silenced forever. That's absurd! Can you believe the stuff that comes out of this guy's mouth? This is all just a colossal joke.
So then, what really happened to the treasure?
It had been stolen long before this incident occurred by Mr. Peace and Lovin' Understanding himself. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to accuse Mr. Understanding? Your Majesty, please don't listen to these trumped-up charges. The defense is grasping. The treasure box can only be opened with the key Mr. Understanding holds. Who else could have stolen the treasure? As I said, the accused stole the treasure by forcing open the box. Your Majesty, I call this one a swift ruling.
I'm not ready to give my verdict yet.
Nanny!
The defense has successfully presented a new possibility in this case. Yes, finally a tiny shred of hope. Mr. Understanding, would you care to make any statements in response to the defense's claims? Gah!
He's gonna strike a bunch of poses, that's what he's gonna do.
This is all bull! My noggin's a rage cage and it's ready to explode, baby! Instructor Understanding, please calm yourself. I'm not gonna take it. No, I ain't gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it anymore. I dutifully watched over that treasure with pride. And now I'm getting accused of stealing it. This lawyer is a lying scumbag. You better believe I got something to say. Open up your ear holes, sheeple. Let's rock.
Of course, one.
Death to the lying lawyer.
Oh, yeah, one more testimony.
Jeez.
Is this it? Is this the finale? Lying lawyer.
Steal the founder's orb. Me, I did it. This lying lawyer's insults no limit. All this time I guarded the orb faithfully. Sacred duty to the Holy Mother, easy to see. Hands unclean, the accused did the deed. Forced the box open, no key did the deed.
Did he need?
Lying lawyer, condemn him to hell. Kick him, throw him into a prison cell.
At least I've upgraded from death to a prison cell.
Alright, now we've heard from both sides. Either the treasure box was forced open by the accused, as the witness claims, or Mr. Understanding opened it, as the defense claims. Defense, this is your last chance to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, Your Majesty.
If you're unable to prove your assertions by the end of this cross-examination,
then the DC Act will come into play, and both you and the accused will lose your lives. I understand. Life or death. It all comes down to this. Mr. Wright. Don't worry, Albie. I'm here to defend you. I promise it'll be alright. Thank you. I believe in you, Mr. Wright. I know you can win this for sure. And after we win, we can go see Miss Maya. Together! It's a deal. Can't let Albie down. I have to win this trial. Somehow, I have to prove that only understanding could have stolen the treasure. Do your worst, lawyer trash. This is your requiem. The last song you'll ever hear on this mortal coil. Alright, now I guess I have to remember what it is that I'm supposed to be contradicting. I'll know the limit. All this time, I guarded the orb faithfully. Sacred duty to the Holy Mother, easy to see. Hands unclean, the accused did the deed. Forced the box open. No key did he need. Let's see what he has to say about this. Oh, yep. That's the Allegra testimony music. Let's see. The defendant didn't force the box open. That's a lie. In fact, you're the one who opened it. Isn't that right? Huh. Come on. You saw for yourself, didn't you? Lock was busted on account of the box being forced open. Oh. Yeah. Well, here's your proof right there. Score one for the metalhead. Look. The accused really didn't try to force his way into the box. Now you explain why the lock was busted and wouldn't open for you earlier. Huh. How do I explain why the box wouldn't unlock earlier? Maybe there's... oh, a different way to open it or a different key? What evidence do we have of either of these? I'd like to suggest that a different key is required to open it. Oh, different key? To open the box. And as we saw earlier, the box wouldn't open with Mr. Understanding's key. Which means a different key, a true key, must exist. Ha! You kidding me? Of course not. You can't prove that it doesn't exist. Just calm down a second and think about it, lawyer man. Why in the world would I bring a fake key here with me? Why, you ask? Well, because... to absolve yourself, that's why. This is exploratory, you think? Well, I guess you got me there. If the key doesn't open it, there's probably something else that opens it alongside instead. Looks like that babbling brook you call him out has dried up the source defense. Darn, messed that one up. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Lying lawyer, condemn him to hell, kick him, throw him into a prison cell. There aren't a whole lot of statements that I can press or present evidence.
Hold it!
Alright. So let's see what happens when I present the other option. There's a different way to open the box. Huh? What are you talking about? There's a secret trick to opening it to protect its contents from being stolen. And you're the only one who knows how it works. Isn't that right? Are you for real? You've been watching too many movies, lawyer man. So you're one of those, tourists. Honestly, Mr. Wright, did you come expecting magic and mystery around every corner?
I'll have you know, defense. The kingdom of Khura'in is not some sort of fantasy funland.
Sure, I don't have any real grounds to make that assertion. Yet... Oh yeah,
I feel another song coming on. Little number about a crazy lawyer with wild, fantastic ideas. A real method to open the lock, you say? Delusional man, there ain't no other way. A new verse. Please do add it to your testimony, Mr. Understanding. Real method to open the lock, you say? Delusional man, there ain't no other way. Delusional, am I? We'll see about that. Wild ideas. That's called delusion. Mixed up lawyer, drowning in confusion. Indeed, the defense's sinful wrongdoing has made him lose touch with reality. Let's hear it. What'll it be for the sinner's flight of fancy? Nothing, because I'm not the delusional one. I just know there's gotta be some secret trick to opening the treasure box. Oh, really? Where exactly is this secret hidden? The secret is obviously hidden in... the key? So, the key physically doesn't work, but maybe there's something in the key. There's obviously some secret hidden in the key. I'd like to examine it, if you please. Ha! You don't know when to quit, do ya? Here, go ahead. Examine it all you like. Okay, maybe it's in the box. Nope, nothing. I don't see a thing. I am afraid I haven't discovered anything, Your Majesty, or I'll return it now. Told you, didn't I tell you? Yes, you told me. There's just no reasoning with this man. The accused forced the lock open. There's no other explanation. That's right. He desecrated the box by opening it without using this Mitama key. Wait, what did he just say? I'll see it as many times as I have to get through your thick lawyer skull. Only the Mitama keyhole unlocks the treasure. Force it and reap the founder's displeasure. Yeah! For the defense's sake, could you please add that to your testimony? I have to. Carve it into your brain, lawyer man. When the Mitama key unlocks the treasure, force it and reap the founder's displeasure. What does that even mean? There must be some secret trick to this key. Oh yeah? What exactly is this secret trick? Huh? What's that smug look for? Maybe something like, it can change shapes? Wow, man. That is some wild imagination you got there. I'll give credit where credit's due. You can daydream like a champ. Yes, like any Magatama, this key is made of a translucent material. One look and it's pretty obvious it can't change shapes. Yeah, I wasn't really sold on that one myself. I felt like there was something odd about Understanding's testimony just now. I think I better take another look through the evidence. Only the Mitama key unlocks the treasure. Force it and reap the founder's displeasure. Alright. Let me see here. Let's see what my stenography has here. Huh. You've added nothing to the notes? It's all there. We're gonna reap the founder's displeasure. Murder weapon, not even the Magatama key can open it. Glows in the dark. Oh.
You've added nothing to the notes, so then maybe... Only the Mitama key. But what if... Oh, snap! I don't know if this is relevant, but the shape of the butterfly and the flowers, the negative space, creates the shape of a Magatama. I think I've got it. I think the butterfly, it has something to do with it, like you push on the butterfly or something. Let's see. Well, let me go ahead and safety save again, because I like to do it. There we go.
Objection!
Absolutely not. I can swear I'm onto something there. Only the... Oh. The Mitama key. Hold on a second. What do I present? Unless, do I have to press something else? The Mitama key instead of the Magatama key. Good stuff. The real method to open the lock. You say delusional man, there ain't no other way. Seal the Founder's Orb. I did it. I'm too early once more. Always. Only the Mitama key. Do I present the Magatama key?
Objection!
Okay, there we go. Just a minute, Mr. Understanding. Good job. You just called your key the Mitama key, didn't you? But didn't you originally say it was called the Magatama key?
The Mitama key? What is that?
I don't know, Your Majesty, but apparently it's a rather crucial question.
What's the big deal? So I said the wrong thing, so what? Simple slip of the tongue.
That ain't for effort, Mr. Wright, but your grandstanding betrays your desperation. I'm afraid a small slip of the tongue like that adds absolutely nothing to your argument.
What say you, defense? Is it an important detail?
Judging by Understanding's reaction, I'd say it's everything my argument needs. Yes, Your Majesty, it's very important. This key is apparently not the Magatama key, but rather the Mitama key. And I believe this discrepancy holds a great significance for the defense.
Nah, man. Just a meaningless mistake. Insignificant.
You're riding the crazy train to nowhere, lawyer man. Your Majesty, please don't pay the defense any heed. It's all nonsense.
To tell the truth, I'm not really clear on what the defense is driving at myself. However, I am eager to find out.
Daddy!
Defense, you will explain yourself like your life literally depends on it, because it does. Now then, is the name of the key an important detail?
Yes, it's absolutely an important detail, I think. Because the Mitama key is connected to the Founder's Orb.
I see. Very well. In that case, please show the court the grounds on which you are basing this claim.
The grounds, Your Majesty?
You can, of course, show grounds, can you not, defense?
Of course. What can I say? Oh. Hey there, author. Your favorite Ace Attorney game? Hell yeah. I have to come up with something, anything, even if it's just a bluff. Mitama key. Mitama. There has to be something somewhere that ties Mitama and the orb together.
Don't keep me waiting, Defense. What evidence shows a connection between the Mitama key and the Founder's orb?
I knew I was going to present this at some point, and now that time has come.
What's that? The Song of Ceremony?
All this time, the answer was right there in front of me. It's right there in the Song of Ceremony performed during the Dance of Devotion. Your Majesty, the Song of Ceremony tells of the treasure of the founder of Khura'in, but hidden within its lyrics is the secret behind how to really open the treasure box.
Oh, Holy Mother!
Oh.
But how can that be, Defense?
The Song of Ceremony contains the following lyrics. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. I believe the Mitama here refers to the Mitama key.
Well, yes, it is the same word, but that doesn't mean...
We've been calling this key the Magatama key, and that's why I inserted the key into the lock with the Magatama design on it. That was obviously not the right way to use it.
I suppose you know the right way. The right way.
I do, Your Majesty. To use the key properly, you first have to flip it horizontally or vertically. So, altitude. So, horizontally is the horizon. I always mix these two up. No, wait. The word verticality refers to up and down, so it's vertically. If you turn the Magatama shape upside down like this, yeah, the horizon goes like this, therefore that's horizontal, and vertical is verticality going like this. It becomes the Khura'inese symbol of the soul, in other words, a Mitama.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
He looks down at the necklace he's wearing.
Ooh, there it is right there. But now what? What do you do with it? It's too big to fit in the lock that way.
Oh, I knew he was just bluffing. Bluffs and lies are the only tools of his trade, after all. There must be some other place this key fits, but where? Let's see. What were the words to the Song of Ceremony again? When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Where should the Mitama key actually be used? Why, right in here. What do I think of case 1? I think it starts things off at a very high level right away. The stakes are sky high. The puzzles are really getting my goat. The only issue is that I think that maybe they rushed into the explanation of how to decode the insights. Other than that, then again, I'm me, so... Pain is even more insufferable than usual. going to live seeing that smug Khura'in get wiped off the map. The thing is, if once I prove understanding did it, does that mean that that Payne was abetting a criminal? Does he get the axe? Anyway, I need to present right here. You know that key looked a lot smaller, but hey. Oh ho ho! My goodness! The treasure box! It really opened! No way, man! What? No! And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the real secret behind the Song of Ceremony. It's the true key to opening the treasure box. It's all over, Mr. Payne. How so? Let's say someone was fooled into trying to force the front-facing lock open. Sadly for them, it won't budge. That's because the lock is, after all, just a decoy.
Then, what you're saying is...
Neither the victim nor the defendant would have been able to open the box. They therefore had no way of stealing the treasure. The only one who could have stolen it is the one man who knew about the Mitama key. Peaslubin understanding. No! But I'm not done yet. Please recall the scene of the crime. On the floor by Mr. Roll's body was the very unlocked and very open treasure box. Only someone who knows how to open the box could have left it in that state. And so, there can only be one true culprit. Admit it, Mr. Understanding, you're the one who killed Mr. Roll. Let it all out, sir. It's gonna be the last bit of playing you're ever gonna do. Until you get to the Twilight Realm.
I did it like this!
That was a joke, lads. Huh? Cuckoo! Cuckoo! Curse him. It's all his fault. Why do you have to try and steal the treasure? Why do you have to spot him with that box? On my way to the storeroom after the morning dance. It's his fault I had to cause that blackout and clock him good. I couldn't let my secret get out. Nobody could know the treasure box was empty. I'd lose my position as head monk. Who knows what else they'd do to me? I couldn't let. I had to. I had to stop them.
What a shocking development.
Considering Albie was going to get the death penalty, we're not saying hippie Jesus after this case, are we? I don't know.
I can scarcely believe it. Nothing like this has ever happened since the DC Act was enacted 23 years ago.
No, my Perfect. Unblemished record. Destroyed. The incredible pain. Ruined. No. Oh my. The pains get balder and balder with every single game. And now, the lawyer really win? I can't believe it. No way. This can't be happening.
Peace! I said peace! Honestly speaking, I'm just as shocked as everyone else.
You're pretty sure he won't be showing up later. Nah, he won't be in Ace Attorney 7. Well, you can't be in Ace Attorney 7 if there's never gonna be an Ace Attorney 7. But yeah, rest in peace to the Payne family hairline. At first, he merely had a halo of hair, and then he grew it back a little bit, but then the objection was no wait, he didn't grow it back. He lost it when Mia destroyed him, right? And now he finally got another Payne who actually has his hair, but nope, it was all a lie. Of course, they foreshadowed that with him correcting the crown. Follically challenged.
But the truth has been made known, so it's time for me to give my verdict. In the name of the Holy Mother, this court finds the accused, I'll be your guide, not guilty.
And we are not going to be getting a cheering crowd. Instead, the mother herself is going to be blessing him. You kind of look good. We're all natural, Payne, not gonna lie. Whew. I mean, the people are not going to be cheering and throwing confetti because everything they know about the law has been tossed upside down. There's still quite a commotion. The people from the gallery show no sign of clearing out. I can't believe it. Not guilty? I'm still in shock. Can you believe that guy? I can feel everybody's eyes on me. This can't be happening. It's impossible. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve us. Never been in a defendant lobby quite this uncomfortable. Mr. Wright! Oh, Albie. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you did for me. Sup? I'm just glad it turned out okay. It was touch and go there for a while. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wright. I had a really hard time trusting you at first. That's okay, Albie. I know how unpopular lawyers are in this country. I know now. But how did it ever get this way in the first place? Allow me to explain. At least, I wish I could explain. But I don't really know why. I've never questioned it before today. By the time I was born, all the lawyers were already gone. As far back as I can remember, verdicts have been based on her benevolence's insights. Right. Rafa, the royal priestess. This specimen. You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? Do explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality. For her part, I'm sure she really believes in what she says, but even with her benevolence's divination seances, lawyers are still necessary. Without proper defense, people could easily wind up receiving wrongful convictions. Mr. Wright? Shh! Huh? Don't say that so loud. People might think you're a rebel. You could be arrested. A rebel? That's right. One of those people going against our queen and the court system. Oh, what do we got here? What? They call themselves the Defiant Dragons. Why are we suddenly hit with one of the most the hardest going design we could ever imagine? Look at this man. He's got a chiseled jaw, he's got the long hair, he's got the red eye, and he's got a whole crowd behind him. He's got a kick-ass flag. Damn. He really reminds me of, shoot. Who was our client in the second trial of the previous game? The guy who ended up being the amazing Ninetales. It's the general silhouette and the long hair. But no, this guy's hair is much longer. Tenma. He reminds me of Tenma, just because of how imposing he is. And they're led by a scary guy named Dirk. Oh. The people in the gallery were cursing his name. They'll do anything to overthrow our eminence, even commit crimes. Dirk. I remember people in the gallery mentioning that name. You already know about this man? You suspect I'll like him? Wonder what that means. I'll just have to keep on playing and see. The things you're saying sound a lot like the stuff they say. Well, you're not scary like that Dirk guy. Pardon the intrusion. Hello, sir. You. Yeah, you. I'm gonna talk to you, see? Flight, is it? Right, sir. Phoenix Wright. And you are? I'm the Khura'inese Minister of Justice. The name's Inga Karkul Khura'in. I'll oversee the whole legal shebang. I was watching that three-ring circus in there. You were? Wow, the Minister of Justice. So he's in charge of the entire court system. Defense Culpability Act and all. Mr. Inga, how are you, sir? Run along, Mini-Monk. Promise we're talking here. Yes, sir. Very sorry, sir. May I help you with something? Just wanted a good look at you. Guys like you ain't exactly a dime a dozen around here. Well then. He's eyeing me like I'm some kind of exotic creature in a cage. Oh yeah. Might as well share this little morsel with you. Turns out Roll was a seasoned thief. Repeat offender, see? Had my men look into it. They found all the booty he pilfered right there in his digs. But he seemed like such a nice man. Why, Mr. Roll, why? Guess he was doing it for the family. What a mook. Mook? How can you say that? Huh. Guess that kind of sob story gets you common folk all misty-eyed, huh? Anyway, another thing. Have my men check out that understanding fella, too. He wasn't the one with the sticky fingers. It's the insurgents. What? But they're squeezing our head monk, apparently. Gave up on the Founder's Orb and tried to keep it hush. Wow, I see. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. Say, White. That was a cute little number you pulled in my courtroom today, wasn't it? First not guilty ruling in 23 years. You're making waves, see?
Stir in the pot. That's my drift.
Oh, well, yikes, I'm in for it now.
Huh. Thanks to that song and dance, we know our precious national treasure got nicked. Gonna call it a wash? Less than this time.
All I did was defend the accused.
You do best to read between the lines here, chump. You're standing on thin ice. You got my drift? Even a dirty, no good neck pump knows to cash in his chips before the house steps in.
Exclamation mark.
Do us both a favor? Keep an eye on the path you're walking down. You never know whose toes you might be stepping on. You're saying your turf, buddy. Never forget whose soil it is you're standing on.
That's got some real Damon Gant energy right there. Yikes. He was kind of scary, wasn't he? Yeah, well, no use worrying about it. We have more important things to think about. Such as when we can continue with a sightseeing tour. Tour? Oh, anytime, sir. We still have plenty of time until Miss Maya's training ends. There's still lots more temples to see and all kinds of local foods to eat. I can show you the natural beauty of the area and the waterfalls, and I'm going to show you the breathtaking mountain view from the Plaza de Boschia. This is a place where you can the Twilight Realm. All right. Slow down, Albie. There's plenty of time. And when we're done with all that, we can go see Miss Maya together. Yeah, you bet. Oh yeah. Wonder how she's doing. Hope she's okay. Got a stinger for the next plot points.
So, how about that not guilty, Dirk?
I heard. Sounds like the winds of change are beginning to stir.
Oh boy. We're gonna get roped into this, aren't we? The end of Case 1. Got myself a Chivo for going through the whole thing. So, episode 2, the magical turnabout. And we're gonna start at the investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, you bet. Oh boy. They're just gonna be like, hey, you're gonna be our special weapon. So, episode 1, let me see here. So we got episode 1, we got episode 2 with Apollo, episode 3, probably with Phoenix again, episode 4 follows Athena, it's an Athena episode, episode 5 with our new prosecutor, and then a special episode. Wasn't aware this one got DLC. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for tonight. These episodes, they're going to go on for a long time, aren't they? These court cases go on for a while. I can see myself needing to take a break in the middle of court cases, or in the middle of investigations, we'll see. But that was a hell of an opening. I have never seen the stakes higher. I mean, now we've got an entire country's revolution going on, and Phoenix put his life on the line. In the first trial, things are starting at 60 and they're only going to escalate, I can imagine. The even trials are smaller trials. Oh, I see. I'm sure it all comes together. The odd trials, oh boy. the trials are going to take so long that this is going to count as one of my long form streams. Although we are getting pretty. Oh my goodness! 1, 2. Oh my god! 1 week, 2 week, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. I did not know how close we were to a certain date. I'm sure you know what that certain date is, but at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me on this leg of the journey. James, Solaris, Matthew, you were here too. AQ, Moderator Katone. Everyone say thank you to my intrepid court stenographer. I will continue to be yelled at off stream. Looking forward to it. It'll be great. And yeah, we have only begun our journeys in a different land with a different justice system. Speaking of justice, looks like episode 2, we're going to be playing as Apollo. So, thank you. If you're watching this stream as a VOD, you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord while it's still around. It'll tell you when the next stream comes up. And next time, we'll see what's going on with Apollo. Will it feed into the main plot? Or maybe it's something on the side? Or a little bit of everything? Who knows? Next time, more intrigue. Until then, I'm out.